Okay. Hey guys. Alright, I've confirmed that that audio works. You won't have to hear echo anymore. Cool. Let me just post this places. So people will come see. Possibly. We'll see. How are you lovely people? Yeah, we're going to be looking at this Primal Beast update, which includes a Techies rework and apparently the Tarrasque hero from the Aghanim's Labyrinth, or the Tarrasque model as a hero, and called the Primal Beast. Tarrasques are already within the lore, as in, you know, there's an item called Heart of Tarrasque, but I guess they were only able to get the rights to Tarrasques, which I assume are Wizards of the Coast property, for the item and not in time for the hero. Maybe the hero's name will be Tarrasque. That's always fun. It's not actually saying I'm streaming. Okay. Let's get into it. Okay. First, I'm actually going to tweet. This is fine. Okay, so we've got this lovely Primal Beast. If you've played Aghanim's Labyrinth, you're already familiar, already well acquainted with this lovely, attractive individual here. Okay. So, introducing Primal Beast. Initiator, Durable, Disabler, 1-star difficulty. Rushing savagely through enemies and allies alike, Primal Beast pounds into battle as one born to raise a ruckus. An unavoidable threat amidst any fray, the beast can punish attackers and relishes grabbing prey to repeatedly slam them against the ground until nothing but mush remains. Accurate to the fight. And ageless hunger stalks the land. The deterioration of the Mistwood and its evolution from idyllic expanse to death-filled Tanglewild was a slow wizard-fueled process. Most scholars agree the true beginning of the end was marked by the interdimensional arrival of the Primal Beast. A creature hatched into an existence devoid of all feeling but hunger and pain. Aeons of carnage shaped the Primal Beast into the apex predator on a planet filled with violent terrors. Ooh. Desperately banished by would-be masters with failed hopes to control him, so it is a him, the beast was cast into a new world, one where he could ascend from mere hungry predator into an invasive killing machine with nothing able to stand in his way. For thousands of years, the Mistwood served as undisputed stomping ground for the beast's destructive play, until one tiny annoyance employed vile trickery to trap the unstoppable beast in the Gleipnir. There, he might have remained subdued for eternity, were it not for the unpredictable powers of the Continuum device. Thank you, Aghanim. Now freed from both Gleipnir and Vault, far afield from the Mistwood and much closer to inhabited lands, the beast sets his snout toward new slaughters and the delights of savage destruction, and the paltry fires of civilization will do little to keep this ageless monster at bay. Okay, Onslaught. Primal Beast charges up and then runs in the chosen direction, knocking back enemies and allies alike. Is the video going to play? Okay. Ooh, he's really big. Wow. Okay. Trample. Primal Beast stomps over everything, disarmed in his fury. For each stride he completes, all enemies around the beast receive damage. Oh. So definitely not an attack speed hero. So that you can actually have some scaling there. Okay. I don't know how much of a crit it is, but if this is a level 1 ability, it's pretty substantial. Uproar. The beast's temper passively provides base bonus damage. When activated, Primal Beast releases a roar that slows surrounding enemies and grants the beast additional attack damage and armor based on his current stacks of Uproar. Cool. So passive with active effect. And for each enemy you get a stack? No. Let's see. So being attacked gives stacks? Wow. Those are savage auto attacks. Honestly. Okay. Cool. And pulverize, yes, of course. The Primal Beast channels his rage, grabbing the target enemy and slamming them into the ground repeatedly, damaging and mini-stunning any enemies caught in the AoE. Wow. On the head, too. Oh, that's a lot of AoE. Great. They did some math there to make everyone die. Okay. Detailed hero page. Let's go ahead. Seems worth it. Seems absolutely worth it. Come check. Okay. Stomps over everything and smashes enemies into messy bits. Great. We already read this. So 4.3 strength gain. Yeah, pretty predictable. Considered an amazingly durable, amazingly good at initiating hero. Slightly lower than usual base attack time, standard attack range. Good. Okay. Really slow turning, standard vision. Pretty fast, pretty good armor. Base HP 720, so like Spear Breaker pretty much. Onslaught, you're very fast, and you go very far in a little under 2 seconds. Good damage, long cooldown. This has a very long cooldown. It isn't a crit. This is like the shard I love so much. I guess that might be getting removed. Okay. For every instance of 35 damage or more, Primal Beast takes from enemy heroes, he accumulates stacks of Uproar. I assume before reductions. So this is a Vanguard hero. Assuming Vanguard gets buffed. Base bonus damage. It will if this hero is designed for that as well. Slow per stack, max stacks 5. Obliteration doesn't scale. Armor bonus per stack. Whoa, 20 armor. Wow. It's an excellent level 1 ability. Well, you probably get it level 2 for actual last hitting, and you get Onslaught for Rune Fight. But this is excellent for lane. For denying and such. Really excellent. Okay. Rock through. They're releasing a new hero with a shard on launch. Alright, what's the Ags effect then? Because this is Aghanim's shard. So rocks has a minimum range, long cooldown, does flat damage, stuns. So there's a minimum and maximum travel time. I wonder if they'll do this to AA Blast. That's the first thing in my mind. Pretty good ability. No doubt. That is relevant. Does it have 3 charges? It's not clear to me if this has 3 charges. But I can assume here. Is there a straight up Agnim's effect? Okay, well, let's see. 2 mana regen, excellent talent for a not intelligent hero. Is this hero more intelligent than Troll Warlord? They're more intelligent than Troll Warlord, at least as of now. Plus 2 mana regen, great. 12% magic resistance, pretty good. More armor seems like diminishing returns, but we'll see. Onslaught is which one? Yeah, the charge. Beast, Dispel with 2 L's himself when activating Uproar. Great. Basic Dispel, I assume. Trample attack multiplier, so it's 1.6 instead of 1.4. Crits are quite good on Trample, because it's a straight multiplier on damage, even though it shows a crit effect. So the crits will get affected, most likely. Pulverized duration. That's Cancer. So it becomes 4.6 seconds of smack. Just squish, smash. Great. 50% spell lifesteal, which works on Trample. That's probably going to get nerfed. Definitely going to get nerfed. Okay. Great wallpapers. Nice. Very nice. I thought that would open in a new tab, but we're here. Okay. I did the thing again. All right. Because of my OCD, this has to be not in the position for me to press back or forward. Okay. Right. 7.31. We might have new jungle creeps or reskinned jungle creeps. These don't resemble anything that currently exists. New objectives. The jungle bites back. Primal Beast's arrival has imbued jungle creeps everywhere with newfound ferocity and power. No longer willing, oh my god, Chan. No longer willing to accept punishment without complaint, these creeps have evolved into deadly protectors, unafraid to fight back when heroes come calling. Now the jungle teams with new active and passive abilities just waiting to ruin the day of the unfortunate or unwary. Stalk these camps at your own peril. The risk to reward just got a whole lot scarier. Excellent. That's exactly what we need. Okay, team techies. After losing multiple contracts to potential teammates with a better fit, the contentious crew of techies demolitions have updated the tools in their blast box to better find business in trying times. Finally understanding what it means to be team players, the techies spent a few bomb-focused brainstorming sessions, dreaming up new ways to inflict joyous pain, and are more equipped than ever to thrive in the thick of battle. Some tools of their trade may be new, but the infectious laughter of this terrible trio will never change. Sticky bomb. Techies lob, okay, a bomb cart onto, okay, target area. If the cart lands near an enemy, it sticks to them and reduces movement speed briefly before exploding. Reactive taser. Techies trigger a zap that provides a jolt of movement speed and temporarily disarms enemies attacking them. At the end of its charge, the zap explodes, disarming enemies in the area. Okay. Blast off is the same, but maybe has different stats. And proximity mines is the ulti. Seems good. Let's see the details. Battle is a matter of mischief. Okay, so high intelligence, of course. Sticky bomb. There's no play button here, so we'll just look. Explosion delay 2 seconds. Stick radius. So it just sticks to the first thing available. It does a really short cooldown, really long. It doesn't say a slow duration. Oh, it slows for until it explodes. And then it explodes for 360 and a 300 AoE. That's a big AoE. That's excellent. Reactive taser. Oh, I can go back to it and have it play. Great. That seems good. Reactive taser. I'm just going to watch the video here. So anyone who attacks him gets disarmed? No, anyone at the end of the burst gets disarmed. For quite a while. So you're an initiator-ish now. You just kind of run in and do everything. Attack type range. So they haven't really decided what he is now. That's fine. Blast Off seems exactly the same. Similar. Proximity Mines reduce magic resistance. No, the Blast Off does less damage, but silences for the same duration. And has a shorter cooldown. Maybe a bigger radius. I'm not totally sure on the numbers as of now. Proximity Mine's much bigger radius, similar damage, does 30% of its damage to buildings. The explosion deals full damage if the target is within 150 radius and decreases up to 50% on the edge. Makes sense. Deals 30%. Yeah, okay. Activation delay 1 second. Can it be destroyed in one hit? Let's see the... I'm assuming it can. Sure. It reduces magic resistance by 20% for 5 seconds. So minefields are much deadlier, and they set up allies. Excellent. Blast Off. Same. Reactive Taser. Reactive Taser can be cast on allies and deals 300 damage on detonation. That's great. Okay, he's a team player. And the minefield sign is now based on proximity mines, which presumably still can't be placed in a stack. So the minefield sign probably has a shorter cooldown as well, because it only deals with the one mine that can be killed. I don't know. But I like this a lot. It really does add a lot to the hero, obviously. And every ability actively contributes to team fights, except proximity mines, which makes a lot of sense. Great. Okay. General changes. General updates. Base hero gold bounty increased from 120 plus L times 8 to 125 plus L times 8, where L equals hero level. That's a very small change. This is plus 5 to gold bounty. Reworked bounty gold streak formula. Okay. So 35 times your kill streak minus 5, which is a very small amount to subtract by. Changed to streak gold is 5x squared plus 5x. So higher streaks are worth way more, and lower streaks aren't worth much. Yeah, so what this does is comebacks are easier if they're really ahead. Much, much easier if they are really ahead of you. And you don't get any crazy benefits if they are only slightly ahead. You don't get excess money. So you become ahead if you kill someone that, like, more ahead than you maybe should be. That makes sense. XP streak formula. Same thing. To a slightly lesser extent. Yeah. Okay, cooldown reduction, no stacks diminishingly. Okay. Rip 0 second cooldowns. Move the bounty runes from the triangle to the primary jungle. Great. More fighting over the jungle, which I assume is going to have crazy bounties now. Move the Dire and Radiant offlane towers 320 units further away from base. That makes offlane much easier, but the tower is easier to take. So you really have to defend the tower, but overall you can push forward way harder. I like it. When a hero respawns in the fountain, they are invulnerable as long as there's at least one enemy hero in the base until they issue a command. So no more farming AFK people. Kill gold. So being AFK no longer throws at all. Other than, having one fewer person. It doesn't throw additionally. You can't be farmed. Kill gold information now shows a breakdown of gold bounty for the killer plus proximity gold. Great. Now people understand that assists are not the end of the world for position 1 to get. The following abilities, like, by that I mean you really don't need to worry about your position 1 getting every last hit on kills. That's not completely essential. The following abilities now consistently reveal invisibility for their duration. I feel like that should be in the heroes section. Okay, Winter's Curse, Aether Remnant. So every True Sight ability, Berserker Rage and Snare. Oh my god, what are they doing to Invis heroes? There must be really buffing Invis, because this makes a lot of sense. If anyone's hard disabled by an ability or... Wow. That's an excellent change. I think this is very warranted. Notably, Basher and Abyssal Blade are not here. So it really is in snares and hard stuns from, like, they require a channel, and also... Yeah. Okay. I like that a lot. I want to see the buffs to the Invis heroes. This is really going to make counter-picking Invis heroes even more interesting. But presumably, Invis heroes won't be relying on Invis as, like, a really huge benefit they get, so balance will be much easier now. More said Invis heroes. Especially against new players. Attack and armor types and are represented through abilities. Are they adding magic armor instead of magic resistance percentage? Armor types. Okay, there's only one. Most damage remains unchanged with a few exceptions. I'm so sorry, they're talking about creeps. Yeah, okay, that's fair. So the types are represented through abilities. So that's just on the tooltip. And possibly on the tooltip for creatures as well. And what they do. So that's great. Most damage remains unchanged with a few exceptions in creep versus creep and creep versus tower situations. Added a new ability, Piercing. Piercing units deal 150% bonus damage to non-hero units and 50% less damage to standard units. Yes, so this makes it more obvious what ranged creeps do. New ability Reinforced. Reinforced units deal 150% bonus damage to other reinforced units and reduce damage received from heroes by 50% and from non-hero units by 30%. Piercing is going to be added to more than just creeps, isn't it? There's going to be an item or something. Maybe not. This just really makes things simpler. Reinforced units, instead of just being like siege creeps and based on armor, it's going to be an ability, so everyone would be able to very easily see it. 50% less damage to standard units, 150% bonus damage to non-hero units. So Cardis now do much more damage to other creeps. Sorry. Other reinforced... I moved lines randomly. Yeah, this is pretty much the same, right? Reduce damage taken from non-hero units. This might make Sage Creeps tankier against... No, it's fine. Added a new ability, Runty. Runty units deal 25% less damage to heroes. So probably for Lycan Wolves, Wraith Kings, Skeletons, and such. Piercing, Reinforced, and Runty aren't stealable with Devour. Great. So they're probably not adding it on items. Okay. Ranged creeps and their upgrades will all have the piercing ability. All buildings and siege units now have reinforced ability. Melee creeps and their... Are there more siege units? Melee creeps and their upgrades all have the Runty ability. I don't know if this makes any change. Oh, okay, yeah, so just after having read all of this, there's just standard armor. Most damage remains unchanged. Okay, with a few exceptions. In creep versus tower situations. But heroes take less damage from lane creeps, is what I'm seeing. Substantially less. 50% less damage to standard units on piercing. Pretty similar. But 25% less damage taken by melee creeps. Okay, Serpent Wars and Plague Wards, now the piercing ability, makes sense. Eidolon, that's what they had before. Eidolon, Strands, and Lycan Wolves no longer have the basic attack type. They deal more damage to heroes than they used to at similar damage numbers. Neutral creeps now all have the standard attack type. Most neutral creeps have had their damage adjusted so that the net damage is similar. Most neutral creeps that used to have a piercing attack type now have the piercing ability. But Satyr, Banisher, Giant Wolf, okay, and Ancient Black Drake are being changed otherwise, so they're not getting that. Okay. Whoops. Okay. Neutral items now show through Fog of War for the team they belong to until they are picked up. Excellent. Won't miss them as much or lose them. It will be very obvious whether it's been taken by the enemy team or not. Neutral creeps now increase their HP by 30, armor by 0.5, base damage by 3, attack speed is crazy, gold bounty by 1, and XP bounty by 5 every 7.5 minutes up to 30 times. Last upgrade at 225 minutes. Same intervals as lane creeps. Great. That is excellent. That makes them much scarier and much more valuable for the entire game, obviously. So the jungle doesn't get less valuable compared to creeps for the entire game, but they're making them more dangerous. Otherwise, this alone gives them enough tankiness and possibly enough damage, but they're also giving them more abilities. So the jungle is way more valuable than it was. AM is crazy now. Okay, so neutral creep base attack time has been increased to 2, and base attack speed has been adjusted to compensate. The main implication is that neutral creeps are more resilient versus attack speed slow. Sure. New Ancient Camp, Ancient Ice Shaman, and 2 Ancient Frostbitten Golems. New Large Camp, 2 Warpine Raiders. Okay, neutral keep updates. Ancient Ice Shaman, new one. 500 attack range, 1500 HP, 400 mana. Great. Lion players take notes, unless that gets changed. Good bounty. Level 6. Wow, that's high level, okay. Sneeze. Okay, Ice Firebomb. Ice Shaman throws a bomb to an enemy unit or building. Terrifying. Chen. Wow. Okay, dealing 50 damage per second for 8 seconds. Deals only 25% damage to buildings. It's 12.5. Sure. That's reasonable. It has the high enough mana cost, low enough range, high enough cooldown. It's not incredibly broken for Chen, assuming he gets changed otherwise. Ancient Frostbitten Golem. Enchantress too, of course. Time Warp Aura. 10% cooldown reduction, which is diminishing returns now, in a 1200 radius. All neutral creep auras have a radius of 800 when they aren't player controlled. So they won't be buffing other camps near them as much. Or they might have moved them so they never buff other camps if they're standing normally. Warpine Raider, it's a pine cone. Doesn't do much damage. Good bounty. Seed Shot. Throws a seed to a unit slowing for 100% for 1 second and dealing 100 damage. Can bounce to nearby enemies like, yeah. Before hits. That's scary. Similar to a certain hero. Cobalt Foreman. Attack damage increased. Armor increased by 1. Gold reduced. XP bounty increased. Turn rate improved. Great. Stacking will be slightly easier. Okay, Cobalt Soldier. Similar changes. These are all pretty innocuous. I'm mostly going to go to read the passive, the new abilities. Steel Weapon. Every third attack, Cobalt Soldier will disarm its target for 3 seconds. Attack counter does not increase while ability is on cooldown. Cool. So it's not going to be permanent disarm. Model size increased. Cool. Regular Kobold. Again, stacking timings are going to change. And pulling, of course. Gold bounty reduced, but it's going to increase at the same rate, so all the tiny lads are going to be worth so much more. Prospecting aura, allied heroes within a 1200 radius gain 20 GPM. That is insane. That completely changes the game. I'm looking forward to the other drastic changes that must be happening. Honestly. It is going to be great. Okay. Troll Berserker. That was the piercing ability. Fair enough. Break. Oh, why? Wow. Wow. Neutral creeps are insane now. Like for Chen. Because this is annoying, but I mean, fuck Mars, right? Like Mars can't jungle this gap if it's stacked anymore. No longer has Mana Aura. Heal Amp Aura. Wow. Heal is more expensive. Longer cooldown. Heals more. Reasonable. Costs 12 times as much. Heals 20 times. Or sorry, cooldown is 20 times as long. It doesn't heal that much more. So it's more of a heal amp, though it is affected by its own heal amp, so that's fair. Vul Assassin. Piercing. Health increase. Base attack time. Envenomment weapon no longer deals damage. Great. It didn't even do enough damage to break. Like, continuously break tranquils. Envenomed weapon duration decreased. Hero duration decreased from 10 to 2. And reduces health regen by 75%. Jesus Christ. Okay. This is cool. I like this. It completely changes everything. All bets are off. Okay. I would talk about how this affects the current meta, but it's gone. Now it has the piercing ability. Sure, that's pretty normal. Fell Spirit. New ability, Vex. Silences unit for 3 seconds. 15-second cooldown. Okay. Harpy Scout. Like, this isn't hugely noteworthy. This whole thing is crazy, so silence is great. Like, having a silence on command with that much range is really good, especially with Telescope, which I imagine is no longer going to exist with all these new abilities. New ability, Takeoff. Can be toggled to gain flying movement and lose 50% movement speed. Makes perfect sense. Harpy Scout is disarmed while flying. Costs percentage of maximum mana per second. And has initial mana cost. Very interesting. Great. Yeah, flying units should be able to all fly. I stand by this. Will now cast Chain Lightning against low health units. It's getting sniped. By the Harpy. Why only low health units? That's fair. Alright. Don't get low on health against Harpy stacks. You will get obliterated. Mud Golems. Mid Golems. Oh, reduce magic resistance. That changes everything for jungling, like Mud Golems. Actually insane. I feel like Alchemist is way worse proportionately. No, he is. He is much worse proportionately against jungle creeps, because he used to be the god of the jungle because he would get so much more out of all the small lads, but now they actually scale. Hurl Rock now deals double damage to creeps. Now will occasionally cast Hurl Rock at player-controlled creeps. Multiple golems won't chain cast their rocks. It's nice of them. Magic resistance, Hurl Rock deals double damage to creeps. Okay, got it. Ogre Bruiser. New ability, Ogre Smash. Oh, they attack much slower. This is not as much of a change. Or it's way more of it's an actual reduction in attack speed. Ogre Smash. Ogre slowly charges a big attack for 2.8 seconds, stunning for 3 seconds, and dealing a shit ton of damage, percentage-based. Current HP as damage to all units in a 200 radius in front of him. No mana cost. I mean, it takes forever to cast, but you could chain this with a black hole or an RP, or that's fucking crazy. They won't chain cast their stun. This is crazy. This is the most ridiculous one. It stuns for 3 seconds. Home of the Dominator still exists. Maybe. What? Okay. Frost Mage. Still gives armor. All we need to know. Will now cast Purge in his camp after 5 seconds attacking a hero. Annoying. Satyr Mind Stealer. Now gives Mana Aura. Alpha Wolf. There. Giant Wolf. New ability Intimidate reduces attack damage, total attack damage by 50% for 4 seconds. Great for trolling Sun. Now cast Intimidate on nearby enemies when low on health. Centaur Courser. Magic resistance increased, especially on creeps. Well, it's just increased by 50% on this, and then yeah, there you go, 50%. These are the same. Hellbears. New passive, no longer a swiftness aura. Okay, new passive. Death Throw Power. When they die, you get 50% base attack damage. Whoa. That's way better on some heroes than others. Okay, so no longer is Cloak Aura. That's a big change. No Swiftness Aura, Death Throw, Rush, 100 attack speed. Oh my god, if you lose 2 of these, you become a golden god. Great. It's sad that this species is so warlike that they only do things noteworthy when they die. And it buffs like others. That's really tragic. Wild Wings now have Tornado. Oh god. Not just the Ripper. Okay. Channeling time reduced drastically. Mana cost reduced drastically. Cooldown reduced drastically. Now lasts for 5 seconds after channel is interrupted. Oh my god, why? When a Wild Wing Ripper dies in their camp, there's a 33% chance that all nearby Wildlings Wild Wings will cast Tornado on the attacker. Sure. Why not? Sometimes you'll just die. Now they don't have Tornado, they have Hurricane. It pulls people 400 units in the direction you cast it. Only being attacked. On being attacked? Oh my god. Will cast Hurricane to heroes, chasing other heroes in the vicinity, pushing them in the opposite direction. That is such a troll move, Wildwing Ripper. You really have to think about you really have to ward camps now because of this thing. Dark Troll Summoner, it always had armor, so it makes sense that it has armor. No longer has Ensnare. It's just a beefy boy. And it doesn't need nearby corpses, it just summons stuff immediately. Great. Skeleton Warriors. Rally. 3 bonus attack damage and it stacks. God help us. Hill Troll. Cast Ensnare. Great. Ancient Black Dragon. Reduce magic resistance. More balanced. Attack point drastically improved. Oh my god. Black Drake. Magic Amp Aura. Oh my god, why? Increases spell damage received by enemy units by 5%. Granite Golem. Magic resistance reduced. Rock Golem. Same. Also, -2 armor. Oh my god, that's so crazy. Doesn't stack, but really good. Thunderhide. Similarly changed. Rumblehide. Okay. These guys weren't changed that much, but they are much scarier with the extra HP. Because the whole strat with how you kill them is just killing them before they fucking kill you. So this prevents that. Great. Item updates. Oh my god, they added updated boots. Okay, calm down. Discover the Boots of Bearing, Revenant's Brooch, and Wraith Pact. All new items of power that might shift the balance of any fight will shift the balance of any fight. The resplendent Boots of Bearing can be traced to the very foundation of Stonehall's Imperial legacy, fit perfectly to carry the Emperor's message of unity into far-flung lands. Rumors of the Revenant's Brooch have persisted for centuries, and in some cultures, the legends of its cursed owner are celebrated still. Celebrating cursed people, okay. Though few believe such mythical origin stories are actually true, and it is said the consciousness trapped within the Wraith Pact can turn even the noblest mind into a path of darkness, but many brave heroes are willing to pay the price. Okay. Revenant's Brooch. Lots of intelligence, attack speed, armor, projectile speed. So this is the upgrade for Witchblade. Is Silencer a real hero? Let's see. Your next 5 attacks have True Strike and deal magic damage. You can attack ethereal units. Whoa. Can attack ethereal units because it's magical damage. Expires after 15 seconds. Doesn't work against buildings. Magic immune enemies will take no damage while active, but will still be able to be hit. Don't attack magic immune people. And people who are being attacked by this, use BKB before the first hit hits you. Because it will waste probably 1 or 2 depending on the reaction time. Definitely 1, maybe 2 or 3. Passive causes your next attack to apply poison. It's the same as the original poison, but bigger numbers. Great. 9 seconds. Yeah, this is insane. 6,200 gold, it is absolutely worth it. This is an active effect, so you can just save it up. Like, it's based on 1 times intelligence. So I hope they change OD to be back on intelligence because it just feels weird on mana. Okay, Wraith Pact. Vladimir's offering 4,200 gold is nothing. Okay, Vlad's aura pretty much the same as it is now. Active can be cast within 350 range to create a totem that reduces all enemies' attack and spell damage within the AoE by 25% and deals 25 damage per second, which will block blink deckers. Totem can move at 150 movement speed. Give stats. This is really good. Last 25 seconds or 5 hero hits. 10 creep hits. Okay. So you can precast it and just run in, and it won't last that long in a fight. But it, oh, no. It's not based on doing damage to heroes. I was about to say that would be kind of bad. No, yeah, you just smack it. This is really good. I was about to say, wow, this becomes really bad if it's based on doing damage to heroes and existing in team fight. No, okay. Great. We have a Bloodstone being shown here and many other potential reworks. Okay. Boots of Bearing requires Tranquil Boots, Drum, and a 1,500 gold recipe. CMs all over, rejoice. Gives flat 15 health regen. Has 8 charges, gains a charge every 3 minutes. So it really is an excellent drum. Wow, that is an amazing drum. Okay, consumes a charge to give 50 attack speed and 15% movement speed to allies within 1,200 radius for 6 seconds. During the first 2 seconds, allies can't be slowed. Doesn't stack with drum. Swiftness around 20 movement speed to everyone. Doesn't stack with drum. That is amazing. Tranquil upgrade feels amazing. The recipe is well warranted. I will buy this. I think everyone will. Bloodstone reworked. Yeah, we all know what Bloodstone does. If you don't read it right here. Okay, new. Requires Soul Booster. No longer gives int. Okay. Much more balanced for everyone to use. Spell Lifesteal. Only on heroes. It's the same proportion, 5 to 1, but it's a large number. Okay. It doesn't have passive spell damage. It has just an active. Double the lifesteal and convert the same percentage of damage dealt to mana. Wild. 50% of damage dealt to mana. Not just by spells, damage dealt. I'm assuming it's probably only on things that you would get the lifesteal on, though. But it's a Bloodstone. No, it's based on blood. It actually is just all damage dealt. 6 seconds. Costs 10% of your health to cast. When cast, grants the drained debuff, ignoring extra blood pact effects for 40 seconds. I like this more. I never understood why Bloodstone didn't have anything to do with blood other than, like, having a suicide button. Which was always fucked. As much as I liked Blood Pact, this is just way... like the old Blood Pact. It was pretty cool. As a panic button, this is way more interesting and active. And it not giving intelligence again is more reasonable. And it doesn't give any damage. This is just a survivability and infinite, dare I say, mana sustain item. You will... like, CM rejoice. This is carry CM unironic. Well, you can transition into, like, an actual core. It costs nothing. Literally nothing. You can literally afford this on a CM. You buy your Tranquils. You can buy a drum if you're really into that early, because drum on CM, pretty legit. Can be. Voodoo Mask will heal you a lot. You get armor during your ult. I don't know. The CM example is just me being weird. It is really good, though. This is definitely strong. Orchid, reworked. Whew. Okay. 40 attack speed. Again, no intelligence. I like that more. Intelligence is a very weak attribute, as it turns out. It used to cost like 4,600, so this is, yeah, very different. Silence for 5 seconds at the end of the silence. Okay. The active is the same. It just has different stats. I prefer this quite a bit. And it lends itself better to the, Bloodthorn upgrade. So the Bloodthorn gives intelligence. Sure. It also gives magic resistance and mana regeneration. This is a really scary item. Costs slightly more. Soul Rand active, yeah. So this is the same, but it has a passive. Places a debuff when you attack enemies, causing them to do 35% less spell damage for 6 seconds. Oh, it builds from Mage Slayer. Makes a ton of sense. You can actually build this on AM. I love it. It's even more specialized, which we need more of, honestly. Items being jacks of all trades just makes them less interesting. Ethereal Blade, reworked. Okay. Mostly gives intelligence instead of mostly giving agility. Rip Morphling. 24% spell lifesteal amp. No longer builds from Eaglesong, builds from Kaya, but is more expensive because of... Yeah. Got it. This, math doesn't add up, does it? No. But, yeah, this checks out. 24% spell lifesteal amp. Great. 12% spell amp. They're pretty much putting all of the spell amp on Kaya. And Kaya upgrades, apparently. Ethereal Blast. Converts the target unit to ethereal form, rendering them immune to physical damage, but unable to attack and 40% more vulnerable to magic damage, lasts for 4 seconds on allies and 4 seconds on enemies. Enemy targets are also slowed by 80% and take 1.5 times their primary attribute plus 50 as magical damage. It's based on their primary attribute. Damn. It's probably based on your... It is based on their primary attribute. That's more interesting. Also, Jesus Silencer can make you unable to do anything and attack you. Yeah, so... And it builds from Kaya, it gives intelligence. Yeah, okay. Silencer. I see. Bloodthorn you can also build, because it gives intelligence too, and can make you even more terrifying against mages as a Silencer player. I mean, I'm terrified. Revenant's Brooch. I almost said Brooch. Revenant's Brooch. Bloodthorn, Ethereal Blade. All really good. Aghanim Shard, now personal at 15 minutes. Thank the Lord. 20 minutes was way too late for a lot of people. Arcane Blink no longer gives cooldown reduction, now grants mana cost and reduction and 20% debuff amplification. Okay, that's actually really good now. It's no longer niche. Okay, Armlet. Health drain increased. Blade Mail. Recipe cost reduced. Sure. Boots of Travel give less movement speed. Boots of Travel 2 give less movement speed. And it also reduces TP channel time, which is really good. The bottle. Using the bottle removes the lingering fountain buff. Thank you. You can use it once for free when you leave the fountain. Great. It honestly just narrows the gap between pros and well, people who know the tricks and people who don't. Bracer now doubles its bonuses after minute 25. Null Talisman gives mana cost reduction. Null Talisman, no longer against spell amp, just gives mana cost reduction. That makes it valuable in everyone, just like Bracer. What about Wraithband? Okay, so it's only for edgy heroes. Well, I guess it gives armor still. This is really a really elegant way to fix that. I like it. It's not a huge difference, but you can keep your bracers now and feel good about it. Crimson Guard. Cooldown reduction. More. Great. Just it has a lower cooldown. Fuck. Active damage block increased. Great. Desolator does less damage. Now it gains +2 damage if an enemy hero dies with this item's corruption debuff to a maximum of 25. Desolator is a good item again. Stacks up to 100 damage, adds an additional mechanic to complicate the game further, which is what we want. This is Dota 2, not League. Thank you. I like it. You get to desolate people even more, and you don't feel bad about holding this item in the late game. Most importantly, this is an amazing item at all stages of the game, but you want to buy it as early as possible. Love it. Drum of Endurance. Can now be cast without interrupting channeling. Great. I assume the new item can too. The boots. Having drum on boot slot is really nice. Yeah, this is so elegant. Dust of Appearance now cancels Blink. It's pretty much all this does, unless you're at no HP. Diffusal Blade. Now requires Blade of Alacrity, Robe of the Magi, and a recipe. Total cost reduced a lot. Agility bonus reduced. Intelligence bonus reduced. Melee illusion mana burn reduced. Wow, that's dirt cheap. Fair enough. Okay, Ricky, Jesus, help us. Yeah, I mean, Ricky, yeah. Yeah, pretty much Jesus help us. Scotty gives, less stats and more raw health and mana. It's actually less health than mana overall, but that's fine. This is reasonable. Just makes it worse. It needs to be worse. But they didn't nerf the passive. The debuff. It's reasonable. I'm not mad. I'm not at all unhappy about this. And anyway. Okay. Sure. Force. Cooldown reduced. Thank you. Bring it all the way back down to 15 seconds while you're at it. I'm a support player. Increasing Force Staff's cooldown was the worst thing you ever did for my quality of life. Gem of True Sight now is an active. Gives True Sight over 300 AoE. Very small. Within 300 range. Oh, it's targeted. Okay, it's not that small. I thought it was around you. It's a very small range to cast it from. For 4 seconds. It effectively has a 600 range because its cast range exactly reaches the halfway point of the AoE. So it's kind of weird. 12-second cooldown. Okay, they really hate Invis heroes, but they probably love them because, again, they want to balance them better by making Invis not that much of a benefit because there's counterplay. Other than items, most notably. If you're just getting here now, it's mostly earlier, where it says, I'll scroll back. We're about here. Okay, I can get back to there easily. This change, the following abilities now consistently reveal invisibility for their duration. Winter's Curse, Wyvern's Ultimate, Aether Remnant, Void Spirits, Q, Berserker Rage, yeah, Ensnare, Troll, Shackles, Shadow Shaman, Life Drain, Pugna, Dismember, Pudge, Fortune's End. Wait, oh my god, I didn't even register that. Oh my god. I can't believe it. Can't believe it. Guys. Guys. Salvation. Oracle's best ability is now better for some reason. I don't know why, but they probably nerfed it otherwise. It reveals Invis, which, as it turns out, just to be a buzzkill, is not as much of a thing as it once was. Which is Sinister Gaze, which has an AoE talent, Searing Chains. Yeah, all of this shit reveals invis. Just for the record. Okay, I spoiled us, but it's fine. Gem no longer reveals invis when dropped in a little AoE, fair. Ghost Scepter has a longer cooldown. I don't care, that's fine. 2 seconds. Yeah, it's a slight nerf. It will matter in some games and almost never in others. Active magic resistance increased, thank you. Nerfing it back in the day didn't feel good, it was used to be 60. Sure. Healing salve. Duration increased. Healing per second reduced. Reasonable. Sure. Holy Locket. Bonus mana. Reduced. Oh my god, they didn't nerf it more. Oracle is actually going to be relevant. He's my favorite hero, in case you haven't noticed. Hood. A Hood. Hood of Defiance. Magic resistance reduced. Barrier block increased by 25. Sure, it's getting relevant. I mean, it is relevant. It's nothing to sneeze at. It's just a funny increase. Like, these numbers are so inconsequential. But that's how Dota changes things. They make small iterative changes to things that need not much of a change, and eventually it's a lot. But it's not a lot right now. Mana costs reduce. That's very reasonable. Centaur is very happy with you right now. Also Primal Beast, because he's dumb. But not as dumb as Troll Warlord, which is still hilarious. Hurricane Pike. Cooldown also reduced. Cast range increased. Sniper. Also Drow with the Arcana. Enemy cast range increased. Great. Attack range increase. Thank you. It's a more satisfying number. 150. Ally push speed increased. They didn't do that on Force Staff, so that means that supports are encouraged to buy Hurricane Pike. Is this a thing? Supports are encouraged to buy Hurricane Pike, guys. The push speed actually matters a lot. Status resistance steadily getting reduced from that original 25%. Sorry. Okay. Meteor Hammer. Meme Hammer. No longer a meme hammer. Mana cost reduced. Great. Unit damage per second reduced. Fuck. Stun duration decreased. How could they? Impact radius increased. Saved. Saved. Easily saved. It's a way bigger buff than it is a nerf. Cool. This is why you suspend reactions, guys. Nullifier no longer pierces magic immunity. Very sad. No longer slows, and no longer has a mana cost. Net buff. More people will buy it now. People will try it when they see it doesn't have a mana cost. Mana costs matter a lot on items. Just look at how rarely you can cast Yule's active with just the mana gained from that item. You really can't use it that much if you have a low mana pool. Pipe. Magic resistance are increased. Great. Sure. Quelling Blade costs less. Quell damage reduced. Guys, this used to give 40 damage. Anyone remember that? It used to give 40 damage against creeps on melee heroes. 40. 4-0. Now it is down to 8. The proportion of range to melee gets better. Battle Fury is cheaper. But last hitting is steadily getting harder. It is what it is. This is a buff to the jungle as well. Radiance. I've been wanting Radiance buffs for many years. Let's see. Now requires a Sacred Relic and a Talisman of Evasion. Can now be disassembled. Because it doesn't have a recipe. Now grants 15% evasion, but gives RIP 17% meme, 17% down to 10% blind. This fully stacks to be 25% evasion. There are no diminishing returns, because it's effectively 10% fully stacking evasion on you and your entire team if they're affected by this debuff, and you get an additional 15% evasion, which is diminishing returns. So this is a Medusa, like, not Medusa, not that hero. Honestly, this nerfs no one. Is there any hero that buys Radiance really consistently and also builds evasion. Obviously, Spectre sometimes builds Butterfly, but not that often. Spectre's not very good right now, and is probably better than they were. Radiance can no longer be toggled on or off when the owner is out of the game. I don't know this abuse, but obviously Shadow Demon Disruption does create illusions that would have Radiance if they use but okay. Refresher Orb. So this is just a straight buff to Shadow Demon Disruption. So you can't turn off Radiance and fuck over Shadow Demon if someone is... No, what? When the Odor is out of the... I don't know what that means. I don't know why that matters. Refresher Orb has way less mana regen and has a longer cooldown. That's fair. It gives too much mana regen. The mana cost doesn't even matter with how much mana regen it gives. Sanjin Yasha. Status resistance reduced. Satanic cooldown increased. Sure. These changes are reasonable. I don't have much to say on them. All of these are fine. Satanic gets hurt a lot by this, but it's reasonable. It's fine. Soul Ring, more expensive. Sure. Rip Techies. No, Techies is in a really good spot right now. The numbers might need tweaks, but it is a net buff in the design. Okay, active no longer grants attack damage and attack speed. Sure. Active now grants 35 agility. They made Arcane Blink more usable by more heroes, and they made Swift Blink only usable by agility heroes. This is reasonable because it was bought too much on non-edgy heroes, so that's fair. Trusty Shovel, health reduced. That's fair. They didn't reduce the value, though. Not at all. It's all in that TP scroll farm. Intelligence reduced. Damn you. Ice Frog. Nah, you're cool. Okay, a Tumbler's Toy. Cooldown reduced. They're making all the tier 1 ones more interesting. Damage decreased to 3, sure. This pretty much only makes it more reasonable for supports to carry. I often carry this as a support when no one else wants to, because the aura is the main component, and now that's fine. More fine, anyway. Mana regen reduced. That is the best thing about Essence Ring, honestly. Now that it doesn't give HP in the same way. It's not a heal anymore. Grove Bow. Bonus attack speed increased. Sure, it was pretty insignificant before. Damage bonus per health. Percentage missing increased from 8 to 10. Great. Secondary stats bonus increased on People's Gift. Great. Fine. Day Grenade. Damage per second increased from 35 to 40. Active no longer grants vision to both teams. It did? That sounds like a bug. Spider Legs. Moon speed reduced. Active duration increased. These are all pretty minor changes. Bonus range decreased on Enchanted Quiver. This is a silencer nerf. Bonus damage increased. This is a nerf, though. Substantial nerf, because the bonus range was one of the biggest components for using it on supports. And silencer is not one of those necessarily anymore, because of the new items, but cooldown reduction reduced. Sure. Sure. Fine. HP regen increase. This is not... Is this a buff? It doesn't really matter. It's a lot of HP over the course of holding it, because this is one of the ones that you hold on to for a long time. Ceremonial Robe. Bonus mana reduced. Sure. You use it for the aura. Psychic Headband. Bonus intelligence reduced. Silencer. Getting fucked. You'll be fine. Silencer will be fine, I promise. Bonus damage on Paladin Sword reduced. Okay, so I talked about Telescope being broken with the new neutral creep abilities. They didn't nerf it much, so the reign of Telescope begins now. If you thought it had begun before and the Golden Age was over, the Golden Age is now. Or is this is second Golden Age? There you go. Blast Rig. I feel like this didn't need a buff. That's a big radius. The damage doesn't fucking matter. You put it on an initiator for survivability. It's really good. Ascetic Scap. This item is dog shit. But now it's much less dog shit. It's a lot of health regen. Debuff amp. Reduced. Reasonable. It's one of the best neutral items, especially for the time you get it. So, yeah, no complaints. Great patch so far. None of this seems vaguely unreasonable. The Leveler. Bonus attack speed reduced. Sure. Spell Prism. Oh, no. Oh, no one who carries this cares about the attributes. Okay, wow, that is a huge nerf. To what was once one of the best neutral items. Used to be 20% cooldown action. Damn. I cannot fault them, but it felt good to hold on to this item. Bonus agi on Ninja Gear, increased by 1. That's not going to make it good. It's great for avoiding Zeusel. Active movement speed increased, sure. That'll help. Witchbane gives attack speed, so you can give it to a support and have them really drain the mana. Okay, bonus attributes increased. Okay, it makes you invulnerable. Sure, why not? Fallen Sky. Getting nerfed. Very fair. It's way too good, even at tier 5. Pirate Hat gives 15 movement speed. We take additional sources of movement speed, 15's not that much. Mega Shield now only affects heroes. But the reflect percentage is higher. It's the active. Okay, sure. Hero updates. The main attraction. Abaddon, who I always want to call Abaddon. Abaddon. Say it how he says it. Strength gain reduced. Mana regen increased. Omega buffs. Reworked shard causes Miscoil to deal Abaddon's Abaddon's attack damage on impact, applying on hit effects, and increases Curse of Awareness slope by 10% as before. Additionally, deal out Abaddon's attack damage on impact, or just deal his attack damage on impact. I'm assuming it's additional. If it's additional, this is much worse for support Abaddon. So they're trying to push him to be more of a core. I wasn't watching the damage go up. Let's see. This is the old video. Took me a second. So this is a massive buff to the Aghanim Scepter upgrade, because you're going to be never mind, it only hits allies. Sure. I mean, this is a big buff too. Why do they hate support Abaddon? They don't, because they gave mana regen. I don't know. I don't like this change as much. These changes are reasonable because AoE Mist Coil is going to be crazy good when attacking, applying attack damage with like Deso Scotty. Just seems to be what they want. Unstable Concoction gives 15 to 20% movement speed while charging, and also damages creeps. Wow. Unstable Concoction damaging creeps is a massive increase to Alchemist's farming capabilities. Especially in the Acid Spray AoE. Wow. Wow. That's a really big buff. You can just nuke creeps. Imagine how quickly you'll take Mud Golems. Imagine. This ability does 40 trillion damage. 360 damage, right? Neutral creeps don't have much armor. 7 armor reduction on creeps. This makes Alchemist still the king of the jungle, other than Anti-Mage. Shit. I clicked the button. Okay. AA. Cold Feet now deals damage in 0.5 second intervals instead of 1 second. Total damage remains unchanged. I like this much better. I think all DOTs should be this way so that they do more before they get purged. I'm an Oracle player. I love purging debuffs, but they need to do more before they get purged. Slow rescale. It's pretty much a buff. It is a nerf, But honestly, the magic damage amplification was always the attraction. So 4% more at level 1 and 1% more slow at level 1 makes this not completely required to level up a ton. Especially since the mana cost goes up so very much as you go. Yeah, Chilling Touch. Cooldown reduced. Oh, wow. You can leave this at level 1 too. So they want you max cold feed? Maybe? Wouldn't be too bad. Mana cost reduced. No, they want you to max it. Might be worth leaving him at level 3, but probably not. It doubles effectiveness from level 3 to level 4. Nearly. Damage reduced by 10 at all levels. Okay. That's fine. They nerfed the talent. I mean, Ice Vortex was doing a little too much. But honestly, this does end up being a buff. Like, it's not even close. The Magic Amp. 1% Magic Amp does so much more than 5% slow, considering this is going to be literally everywhere. It doesn't sound that way, but it really, in practice, this Magic Amp ends up shredding people. Base strength reduced. Can now stack Diffusal Blade with mana burn. Now, oh god. Now additionally slows enemy movement speed when it burns all their mana. It does something when the mana's burned. Oh my god, when the well is dry. They still keep getting fucked by our boy, Anti-Mage, for all those oh my god, you actually can't. The strategy I always employ as a support player to survive Anti-Mage is just let him burn your mana, and then he can't hurt you anymore. And you just keep trading. But now the slow means he might actually kill you. He might actually kill you if you let him. Okay, that's really good. This is going to come up a lot, especially against strength heroes. AM actually does something against strength heroes that he can't outright kill before the mana's gone. This is crazy. I love this. And AM kind of is incentivized to... He's not incentivized to build any of the intelligence-giving items. That's Silencer's domain. We'll get to him soon. Arc Warden gets more agility. Okay, questionable at the best, as they say. That was... yeah. Okay. Sparkwave does more damage. Sure. At higher levels. Tempest Double now has 50% attack damage penalty if more than 2,000 units away from Arc Warden. Ah, it becomes clear. So Rat Warden is pretty much dead, right? I mean, no. You can still... It doesn't affect Mjolnir at all. So you can still push pretty hard with this. Mjolnir is not affected at all. So this doesn't do that much to push Warden when it comes to everything before the tower. This is very reasonable. I think making Arc Warden himself stronger and making it more of a team fight ability works. But this doesn't nuke the effectiveness, like it seems. 50% attack damage penalty. You build MKB, you build Mjolnir, and those are two massive sources of damage that aren't affected at all. Oh, wow. Well, this talent makes it so he's now way better at pushing than he was before. It's not close. Arc Warden gets to level 25 with blistering speed. Blistering pace. Right? So this is a massive overall buff. 50% cooldown reduction on Tempest Double is crazy. Okay, Axe is in a really weird spot right now. He reduces armor but spin still does pure damage. So I want to see them. Okay, everything's going to do physical damage. Thank you. Battle Hunger, physical damage. Damage rescaled. Oh my god, that does so much more damage. 1 times Axe's armor, which applies with the scaling bonus from Counter Helix. Okay, no longer grants movement speed. Now only slows enemies if they're not facing him. And it slows way more. And you genuinely max this. Because that's a ginormous slow. You can't run from Axe anymore. Counter Helix. Shard D. This just further really elegantly incentivizes people to fuck up Axe. Shard debuff now reduces total attack damage taken by Axe from the affected unit. This makes Blade Mail deal full attack damage since outgoing damage isn't reduced. So this is a nerf. Overall to Axe's effectiveness, it makes Axe work better as a hero, but not straight up reducing the attack damage of the heroes makes it so Axe standing in a team fight and spinning doesn't actually reduce the damage output of heroes that aren't hitting him. But it's fine. It ends up working out because he will do full Blade Mail. Culling Blade now has additional effects. Killing an enemy hero grants a... Okay. Alright. Infinite scaling armor. That's way better than Slark's infinitely scaling armor. Okay, sure. Cooldown increased, more punishing. Mana cost rescaled, as in increased, except at the highest level. Movement speed bonus, reduce. Attack speed bonus. That one's genuinely just rescaled. They aren't trigger coding it. Now Pure and pierces magic community and does lots more damage if you fuck up. So if you last hit someone's Culling Blade, you get permanent armor. So it is now justifiable to ever use Culling Blade if someone's going to die anyway. You always want to kill with Culling Blade. This really incentivizes mana regen on Axe. This is great design. And it's infinitely scaling damage with Battle Hunger, which applies in Call. Yeah, Axe is feeling more like a hero. 12% magic resistance. No, he doesn't have magic resistance anymore. He has to build pipe because armor is handled. Completely. Even outside Call, armor is handled, boys. Boys and girls, armor is handled. 10% Battle Hunger slow. Does that apply when they are... No, it's a flat modifier. It's an if-then statement. If they're facing you, you're slowed. If not, they don't. Okay. 20% HP regen replaced with +1 permanent armor per Culling Blade kill, and is retroactive. Okay. Axe can really carry games again. It's damage and threshold. See, that's much better design. I like that. 100 Battle Hunger DPS replaced with double Battle Hunger armor multiplier. So does it become 2x or does it become 3x? Does it add 2 times your armor or does it makes it 2 times your armor? I'm going to assume it makes it 2 times your armor instead of 1 times your armor. Yeah, this is just much more interesting. Axe is much more functional, but it is a massive nerf, guys, to Axe protecting the team overall because he doesn't reduce the damage allies are taking. Although you could say that this massively increased slow when people aren't facing them will almost make up for the damage that you lose that's mitigated by this. And you'll do way more damage because Blade Mail works. Because getting the shard made Blade Mail no longer do anything, really. Which didn't feel good. So this works. This is better design, but just bear in mind this is a significant nerf. He just does way more damage now. Enfeeble. No longer reduces attack speed. Or sorry, cast speed. Now reduces cast range. Oh my god! That's so much worse. It's a better ability. I'm a support player, and I respect that. Reduces cast range by a percentage. This means it affects people with Aethelons and such more. I'm not Severus Snape, I promise. I wish. Yeah, Bane Script does less damage. I don't give a shit, dude. This is... You don't pick Bane for the damage output, okay? Enfeeble is crazy. I mean, cast speed was mostly annoying for people like Invoker, but a lot of Invokers' cast times were, like, basically instant. If not actually instant, like Ice Wall. Just the best ability he has. Vector targeted Ice Wall. Okay, Batrider. Down to Batrider. They buffed his damage build as well. Okay, Batrider. Base armor increased by 1. Huge. Reworked shard. Flaming lasso no longer disarms you. Your attacks apply 1 stack of sticky napalm. Wow. So your attacks apply 1 stack of sticky napalm always, not just in Flaming Lasso. This makes actually hitting people with Batrider. He's like a ghetto Ursa, but he's Ursa but spellcaster now. Except it's actually with his attacks instead of just with his spells. Whoa. I like it. Flaming Lasso, cheaper. Flame Break, cheaper. They like Batrider, guys. Never thought I'd see the day. Spell Lamp replaced with Sticky Napalm Radius. Probably a nerf. 6 armor replaced with Flame Break Knockback. That's definitely a nerf. 250 health replaced with minus 10 seconds Flaming Lasso cooldown. I do prefer talents that give abilities that are tailored to the hero instead of just... yeah, if it's tailored to the hero, it's just much better design. Movement speed can stay. That's fine. But other than that. So, 6 Sticky Napalm damage. This is just earlier. Flame Break applies 2 Sticky Napalm charges is one of the best talents I've seen, though. He really does scale way better in damage now. Like, attack speed is a real scaling thing with Sticky Napalm. You can solo people way easier because you can get shard at 15 minutes and go kill everyone. Great. Base damage reduced by 2. For Beastmaster. 25 movement speed, Beastmaster controlled units. That's cool. Bloodseeker, new scepter ability, Blood Mist. Blood Mist. Bloodseeker. Raises blood in an area. Taking 5% max HP in pure damage every second, while doing 5% of a unit's max HP to enemies within a 450 radius and slowing his enemies by 25%. While Blood Mist is active, Thirst's healing is increased by 50%. Cooldown 4 seconds cannot be turned off while on cooldown, so it always does at least 20% of your max HP. And it does units max HP, not just current HP. 450 radius is big. It sprays it in an area. It's not an AoE around him, so it's not as insane as it could have been. Rhymes. It's not a rhyme. Thirst healing increased while it's active, not just if you're in the area. That's cool. Really good design. This is super cool. Makes sense for the vampire vibe. Nice. This has spend money to make money vibes. Except instead of making money, he's gaining more of the blood he so wants. Spell Lifesteal. Yeah, he's becoming more and more of a spellcaster, so checks out. 2 Rupture Charges is now a talent. Bloodright cooldown was too good of a talent, so they made it even better. Great. Bounty Hunter. Gotta say, I was expecting more of an Invis hero buff for all of the Invis hero nerfs. This is, this is fine. He still has track. If he has track, no one can bring him down. He's like Batrider. As long as Lasso is good, the hero's good. That's all you need. Brewmaster. That's a lot of changes. Casting Cinder Brew now also drenches Brewmaster himself in his brew. has a hole in his mouth. Brewmaster doesn't get the negative effects. I assume this will be relevant. Drunken Brawler. Reworked. Thank you. Brewmaster gains 3 stances. Oh my god, it's an elementalist from Guild Wars. Based on his elements that he can freely switch to. Stances have stronger effects if Brewmaster is affected by Cinderbrew. Sure. Earth Brawler stance grants lots of armor and magic resistance. Effect is tripled if affected by Cinderbrew. Wow. Okay. He's a drunk boy. Storm Brawler stance grants Brewmaster lots of evasion and movement speed. It is tripled, so that's 90% evasion, by the way. Like the old days. Like the before times. Fire Brawler stance grants Brewmaster a 24% chance of doing a crit. And it's tripled if affected by Cinderbrew. Sure. Primal Split Shard no longer grants Brewmaster's attack procs to the Void Brewling. Thank you. That's good. Shard now grants Void Brawler stance, in addition to giving you the Voidling in Primal Split. 20% status resistance and 25% movement slow for 2 seconds on attack. Tripled. Wow! Tripled. 60% status resistance and 75% movement slow. This is a much more interesting version of the hero. He always has the Primal Split with all the 4 versions based on the fundamental forces of the universe, so the 3 elements and also Void for reasons. This does have Elementalist from Guild Wars 2 vibes, which, although Elementalist is not in a good state in Guild Wars 2 currently, it is interesting design. And that may not be where they got it from, but it is extremely interesting. It's well designed. And I assume it's just a toggle. Like, you literally just toggle between the elements, and it has, like, no cooldown, is what I'm getting from this. You can just be in one, and it gives minor-ish benefits, though I will say status resistance is really good, but it's locked behind the shard, so... No, you can get that at 15 minutes. That doesn't make a difference, honestly. 4 seconds of triple effect. I wanted to check the duration. Cinderbrew applies fear when ignited. That's great. I like that. This is very oppressive. I like this a lot more. It adds even more nuance to the hero. Not all of the nuances in the ultimate. We take those. As Balmy would say, Bristleback has lower strength, but higher maximum stacks of Warpath, less mana regen on the talent, less lifesteal on the talent, and more Warpath damage per stack. He gets massively buffed by the item changes, so it's fine. Especially Bloodstone, because he now has infinite mana with Bloodstone. He's a god with Bloodstone. Always build Bloodstone on Bristleback. It's actually core. Always build Bloodstone as it is now on Bristleback. You have infinite mana. Infinity is your mana pool. Broodmother. Spinner's Snare. Can now be cast anywhere there's a web, regardless of cast range. Same behavior as Spin Web. Excellent. It makes a lot of sense and is going to suck to play against. Spiderlings get more damage. Poison Sting no longer does DPS, but slows more. Sure, fine. I believe Poison Sting used to stack, but that's fine. Level 10 talent. Agility is now Spin Web Max Webs. Which doesn't affect the charges, it's just maximum webs. I like that. Much better. Plus 50% Spiderling building damage replaced with 15% Silken Bullets though. Sure. Yeah, he's just better at, she's better at chasing people down. Centaur gets way less strength and way less base armor. But Hoof Stomp does damage again. Double Edge now applies its strength bonus before dealing damage. That's pretty big. It's a lot of strength. The shard is now like 40 times as good, unironically. Stampede, Scepter damage reduction decreased. That's fair. It used to be way, like, it's too good. Scepter now leashes affected enemies for the duration of the debuff. Does it leash them to the location they were standing in when you ran over them? Does it leash them to you? Does it... What happens? Leashing them to you wouldn't make it work. Like, that wouldn't work. It has to leash you to a location. So it just leashes you to the location where you ran over them. You really can't chase Centaur anymore. Okay, that's a big buff. Chaos Strike does 1.5 damage to creeps. Chaos Knight can really jungle like a motherfucker. Holy shit. Those crits are going to delete things. Okay, Chan. Chan gets a lot of help from these creep changes. Holy Persuasion gives more movement speed. Okay. Hand of God gives... Oh god, they didn't nerf his creeps. They didn't nerf his ability that lets him take creeps. Okay. Consolation Prize. There's still a maximum level that he can get. That's fine. Hand of God heals less. Instantly and more over time. That's a big buff. Yeah, I mean, net healing matters a lot. The burst heal... Just being able to press this in the middle of a team fight and have it apply regardless of when you actually used it, if it doesn't like overheal someone, like it's still going to apply lots of value. And this is slightly more healing as a talent too. I like it. Clinks. I love Burning Barrage. Channel time increased. Sure. Decreased. Did they just put these in the wrong order? Like, what is the channel time now? Yeah, they meant decreased. So Burning Barrage takes less time to use. And Desolator's way better now, so Burning Barrage Deso instead of Maelstrom. Searing Arrows damage talent. Skeleton Won't cooldown talent. Death Pact gains creep abilities. Whoa. That has a lot of implications, guys. I'm not going to go through them all. I'm sorry. Go to Purge. Don't go to Purge now. I like you guys being here. But if you want to have him analyze for 3 hours all the implications of Death Pact gains creep abilities, but only the first one, he's your guy. Okay. Maybe Jenkins probably wouldn't go to that effort. He definitely... Yeah, this is... No, Jenkins definitely would go to that effort. It's really good. This is obviously superior to Searing Arrows damage. Yeah, I mean, this is Burning Barrage damage. Wow. Okay. Nice. I love Clinks in his current state. They decided to buff it, which is questionable. Because he's already a god at jungling, so Clinks is really going to just be going in, he gets the Maelstrom, he goes, he jungles, he deletes a whole camp that's been stacked. If it's not stacked, he won't delete it, and it'll just be disappointing. But if it's stacked, he'll get all the Maelstrom procs, he'll delete everything, and then Gleipnir's a really good upgrade, because... Yeah. I mean, you can get Mjolnir, it's fine. No, Mjolnir's better, because you don't have Strafe anymore, yeah. Yeah, this is great. I love Death Pact gains creep abilities. And I guess it replaces Death Pact on the bar, or it's D or F. Either way, it's really good. Level 20 talent. 100 rocket flare damage replaced with power cogs, leash units inside. So you really need Force Staff to get out of cogs now. CM, my girl. My first Arcana I ever got. Crystal Nova. More of an attack speed slow. Holy fuck, laning against CM is even more unpleasant if that was possible. Arcane Aura now grants 24 mana to all allies. Oh! It makes her restore mana flat in addition to the healing. So it does more when you're near her. I always thought that should be the case. It should definitely have always applied more mana when you're near the source of the aura. Because it's a global aura. If a global aura and you're near the person, it makes perfect sense that you will apply tons of extra mana to allies. This is, what, 1/8 of an Arcane Boots per casting of a spell. This is an exponential increase in the mana that CM has available and everyone around her has available. You want to be with CM, and it matters even more that CM remains alive, because you're not just losing that aura, you're losing you're not just losing the passive aura, you're losing the active effect of the aura. And you can get even more mana per cast. 44 mana per cast is too high. I hope they never remove this effect, but I do hope they reduce the numbers, because it's way too good. If you use your if you use 2 of your abilities, you're going to grant everyone 48 mana instantly. This does effectively reduce the mana cost of all of CM's abilities by 24 flat, which is especially good early. In the lane, you are going to be giving your ally. You need to make sure that the ally you are laning with, like for instance, it feels great to have a CM on a team with a Storm Spirit that's mid, but in the safe lane, you want your CM to be with someone who will really use the mana. You don't want her with a Terrorblade or something like that. You want her with someone who will really, really get value out of that mana. Alchemist would get a lot of value out of the mana. So much. and stuff like that. Okay, Darkseer. Strength rescaled. Reduced. Intelligence gain reduced. Okay, Ion Shell can now be cast on creep hero units. You couldn't cast it on Warlock Golems before? Cool. They nerfed the One Punch Man reference. That's fair. Okay, Dark Willow. Base HP regen more. Kind of makes sense. She's a fairy. I can see it. They're making Bramble Mace do damage. As I said before, it's really nice that DOTs seem to be doing damage at half-second intervals instead of 1 second, so that they do more before they get dispelled. I'm an Oracle player. I dispel things constantly. So this is great for non-Oracle people. Shadow Realm now has a fade time. Wow, I see why they're not buffing the other aspects of the hero. Shard no longer reduces cooldown by 2 seconds. Bedlam now does way more DPS, because it takes less time for Jax to circle around. So you blender. Will it blend? It for sure will. Promise. It'll blend. This isn't a massive DPS increase. It mostly increases the damage against people you're not right on top of. But this is a big change. This is overall a huge nerf to the hero. Well, other than the True Sight, which we've been over. The True Sight is great, but that's happening to lots of people, so I'm not going to account for it that much. She's going to be picked as a counter pick to Invis heroes. That's great. But 0.3 seconds fade time means this hero is going to die way more. You really have to use it when someone is about to attack you. You can't use it to stop a magic missile. Like, just have a magic missile not, like, affect you at all mid-cast. Like, that's... I don't know. There are a lot of situations where this is way worse. But honestly, this just makes you have to play more intelligently. So it's better design, regardless. Dawnbreaker. That's a lot of changes. Okay. Looking forward to Dazzle changes. I always love what they do with Dazzle. Especially now that Axe is going to be in the meta so much. Starbreaker. Mana costs more, the radius is reduced, smash radius increased, so the final hit is bigger. Swipe, the flat damage you get per swipe is increased by 20, and the smash damage is reduced, but it's just a larger area. Okay, this just makes things simpler. Everything's streamlined. It doesn't make that much of a difference mathematically, other than the mana cost increase, but honestly, they're going to be CMs everywhere, so who cares? Shard now also grants free movement to Dawnbreaker. Great, yeah, she can. That's huge. That alone is worth the mana cost increase. So, yeah, great. You can't change direction, but you can not get stopped by a cliff. Celestial Hammer. Fire Trail Radio. This is also an escape funnily enough, no. Okay, Celestial Hammer. I need to drink more water. Not sponsored, but I highly recommend soft straws, guys. Soft straws made of plastic. They're fantastic. Obviously, most straws are soft, but this is, you know, it's reusable and stuff. You just have to clean it a lot because, you know, it's a straw and you're reusing it. Celestial Hammer. Fire trail radius and projectile radius increased. That's a really big buff to Celestial Hammer. Like, wild. Yeah, they're just simplifying all of this. Genuinely, these changes make almost no difference right here. The overall throughput is going to be very similar. What matters is this. And this. But this is huge. It's just going to apply way more often. Luminosity. Okay, they want her to actually be a proper fucking healer. Also, Desolator. Much better. If anyone dies with the debuff on them, which I believe lasts at least 5 seconds, they're going to be giving you a stack. And you can hit everyone with Starbreaker. So, yeah, that's good. Swipe damage is swipe and smash damage, fine. Luminosity crit increase 50%. Okay, sure. They want her to heal a lot more. She doesn't heal to their liking. I would say she heals enough, but not to their liking. So, it's been buffed. It's been increased. The number is bigger. Dazzle. Oh my god, yes. Dazzle. Dazzle makes me so happy inside. Now it's 2 ultimate abilities. Like Dark Willow. Good Juju and bad Juju. Reworked Scepter. Good Juju now also reduces all of Dazzle's... I'm going to read this after, because I don't know what the ability does. No, I'll read it now. Also reduces all of Dazzle's item cooldowns by 50% and can be cast on an ally to reset their item cooldowns. 180 second cooldown. 250 seconds mana cost. Okay, Poison Touch. Lower cooldown, C-max hit faster. Cool. Shadow Grave now grants the target 2, 4, 6, 8% incoming heal amplification for each 10% health missing. Whoa. That's cool. Oh my god, I love adding additional aspects to basic abilities. I'm so happy. Okay. That is up to 80% increased healing taken. Axe is way, way less of a threat to Dazzle. Obviously, he can still dunk people, but if you're really paying attention, you can actually heal people. Okay, to add an MMORPG healer term, it adds spot healing. So you may be a resto druid in WoW. I last played in Legion. I'm not even going to talk about WoW, but it allows you to focus healing on one person. Shadow Wave has always healed a very small amount to lots of people, so it heals a lot over the course of a fight and not much to each person. And this completely changes that. You can actually save lives with Shadow Wave a lot. The mana cost is reduced, so you can spam it more, and the cooldown is lower at level 1, so you can leave it at level 1 more readily. Good Juju, passive. So you can have both at once. Okay, whenever Dazzle casts an ability, all of his abilities' cooldowns are reduced by flat seconds. Cool. And then good Juju also reduces item cooldowns by 50% with the Scepter. Can be cast on an ally to reset their item cooldowns. That works on Refresher Orb. Because it's a separate effect from Refresher Orb. It isn't Refresher Shard. It might work on Refresher Orb. We'll see. It's the main reason I could see it having such a long cooldown, other than BKB. Okay, bad Juju. Whenever a unit is affected by one of Dazzle's abilities, they lose or gain armor for a long time. Can be activated to deal 30, 40, 50 damage to all enemies and heal all allies by 30, 40, 50 HP within 1200 radius. What? 20 strength replaced with Shadow Wave heal and damage. That's huge. What? So the 50 damage will be amplified by reducing enemies' armor. The healing will be amplified by Shallow Grave, but it's only 50. I have to make sure. Based on the number of charges they have. Based on the number of stacks they have, you do damage or heal. Okay, that's significant. I was about to say, it heals for 50? That's not very much. Okay, per stack. That's a lot more than 50 damage per stack to enemies. This is extremely interesting. This makes every one of Dazzle's abilities really feel like they do something. Whenever a unit, allied or enemy, is affected by one of Dazzle's abilities, he has 2 passive ultimates. Also, flavor-wise, the implication is that bad Juju... Why is it bad Juju? To increase allies' armor. That's fair. That's fine. I'm not worried. This makes Dazzle a playable hero. He has a niche. He does a lot. He only does physical damage, so reducing physical armor... Yeah, reducing armor is very significant. Okay, Death Prophet. Shard, fear activation time reduced. Yeah, 4 seconds was too fucking long. It never came up. Okay. Disruptor. Damage per strike reduced. Shard can no longer target allies. Now causes all allies within the radius of the Thunder Strike to gain 50 attack speed and 20 for 5% movement speed every strike. So, it no longer increases... Oh, no, it does increase the radius. Okay. So, it massively increases the radius, and it makes it so you can really fuck up the enemy you're using it on. Cool. This means you don't feel bad for using it on enemies. Better design. Glimpse. Mana cost reduced a lot. Cooldown reduced a lot. Okay, so Glimpse was balanced by the fact that you had to max it out for it to be usable. Now it just has ideal stats. Disruptor just gained 10% fucking win rate, I feel like. Glimpse is one of the best abilities in the fucking game. It's not even close. It's close. There are a lot of good abilities. It's insane. Glimpse is dumb. It now has a 55 mana cost at level 1. I know it has no range. Completely aware. But it used to have double the cooldown. 2 times the cooldown. Double the cooldown. That's, not maxing out Glimpse has never felt better. There you go. Devour. Gold reduced. Now grants Doom armor while digesting a creep. Oh, incentive to be digesting creeps. Great. Don't understand the logic of that, like, within the fantasy, but it's good mechanically. Burn damage is better against low health targets. Great. Doom costs more mana. Later on. Fair. Dragon Knight. Breathe Fire does more damage later and less earlier. Fireball does more DPS. Elder Dragon form increases range more, like the talent. Dragon Tail AoE increased. Very small changes, but they add up. Drow, lower strength. Multi-shot. Range multiplier, lowered. Guys, did you know, and you don't have to respond, I understand. Did you know that you can stop channeling multi-shot like 0.25 seconds before the bar is actually finished because you've shot out all the arrows already? Yeah, pay attention to that shit. You can save so much time over the course of a game by not fully channeling multi-shot. But either way, they're buffing the best ability in Dota more. I will defend that to the bitter end. Gust is the best ability in Dota. They're buffing it more. That's fine. It grants a movement speed bonus to Drow, which is fine. Honestly, it's the only reason she's a functional hero. You can keep buffing it. It's okay. Earth Spirit. That's a lot of base HP regen. Boulder Smash. Damage increased to level 1. Unit knockback distance increased very slightly to be smoother. It's just a smoother curve. Cast point is now 0. Which means you can cast it without turning around. No. I think you might already be able to cast this without turning around. But either way, if you couldn't already, you can cast this without turning. Rolling Brawler. Mana cost increased. Roll delay reduction. That's actually really nice. Roll delay is one of the best. It's faster. Speed multiplier reduced with a stone, but increased normally. Not that much of a difference, really. Damage rescaled. Oh, it uses strength. Nice. Actually getting strength matters. He can utilize his high strength gain. Cool. Geomagnetic Grip takes 10 times as long to cast. 10 times longer is inaccurate, because 10 times longer would be 0.11. Grammar matters. 10 times longer would be adding 10 times the base amount to the current amount. Yeah. Mana cost reduced. So encouraging Geomagnetic Grip and less. They're spreading the love. Geomagnetic Grip is more reasonable to use. Magnetize. Cast point is 20 times as long. That's fine. It won't matter. Honestly, Magnetize is... You should be able to get out of that more easily, so it's fair. Enchant Remnant has lower range when cast on allies. No, it used to have no cast range. It used to be 125 cast range, so it now has 500 cast range when cast on an ally. Sure. That's great. It's like the force staff thing. Longer range when used on allies than on enemies. Earthshaker. 50% enchant totem damage is just a talent. Why do they want Crit Shaker to exist? Crit Shaker shouldn't exist without more effort, and now it's less effort. Alright, it's fine. Elder Titan. No, it's part of the hero. It should obviously have support. I'm just annoyed that I get one shot as a support by another support. Elder Titan. Base mana regen. This seems to be a theme. Added a second sub-ability for Ancestral Spirit. Move Ancestral Spirit. Moves the spirit towards the target location. This is equivalent to selecting the spirit and move clicking at that location. That's amazing quality of life. Okay, guys. Elder Titan. Not an incredibly complicated hero, but this changes literally everything. The complexity of playing the hero has been reduced by, I would say, 20% flat, because you don't have to tab target to your spirit to move it anymore. That's just... It's going to make everything snappier. I'm not going to demonstrate because I have to update the game. Okay. More attack speed. And more movement speed from Astral Spirit buff per hero. Cool. Ember Spirit. No longer deals reduced damage to creeps. Hallelujah. I don't know why they insisted, absolutely fucking insisted, on having it be the case that Mjolnir was objectively better than Battle Fury for farming on Ember Spirit. I don't want Maelstrom, not Mjolnir. It was completely unjustifiable past 2017. Okay. Cooldown also reduced. The cooldown at level 1 used to be like 30 seconds. We're going places. Bonus hero damage is, they say rescaled, but 10%, or sorry, not 10%, 10 lower damage at this level matters way less than 20 more damage at level 1. This is a very nice increase. Flame Guard now absorbs 70% of magic damage taken. Great. That means that the Flame Guard isn't going to tank all of the damage from the Zeus you're laning against mid, so that it literally leaves you. Like, level 1 Flame Guard still absorbs nothing. It absorbs even less baseline, but it is, as they say, more effectively. Oh my god, Fire Remnant has a 0.1 second cast point. That's brutal. And this is nerfed a little bit. But this means that you are going to be able to have Flame Guard up more. And this also makes me get serious Nezha vibes from Warframe. Okay. Enchantress, agility increase. So she has even more armor and attack speed. Sure. Reasonable. Impetus now deals double damage versus creeps and illusions. God, why? I didn't want Enchantress core in my life again. It's not even just core. Enchantress has always been a hero where the support can get to be a fucking carry. Like a silencer, except better until recently where they added crazy items for him. And by recently, I mean fucking today. Impetus deals double damage versus creeps and illusions. I haven't even touched on the and illusions part. Matters way more for some heroes than others. Honestly, not that big of a deal. But double damage versus creeps, it's fucking pure. And they reduce the mana cost. Do you know how much mana that is over the course of a game? You're getting out more attacks because you have more agility, but 5 less mana cost per cast of impetus. You're casting hundreds of impetus over the course of a game, unless it's really short. Hundreds and hundreds of impetus uses. Especially now that it works well against creeps. So this is thousands of mana saved over the course of a game. It's just the same logic as CM or out before they added this ridiculous bullshit they just added, which I love, but it is ridiculous bullshit. Before they added that, CM Aura still gave, assuming you were alive a reasonable percentage of the time, CM Aura gave like tens of thousands of mana over the course of a game, okay? This mana reduction on an ability that has no cooldown is astronomical, especially like they're reducing the mana cost of this too. Okay, so really this does make her much better as a support. Agility gain, like all of this makes her function better as a hero that doesn't have items, fundamentally. But it also helps her get items, so she's much better in all positions. Enigma. Eidolons have much higher turn rate, so they're going to die literally half as much because they took a billion years to turn around. It actually was very tangible. You're going to get out more, you can kite more with them because they take longer to get the attack out, or they take less time to get the attack out. And they have more attack range, so wow. This is a big change. It's a really big change. Midnight Pulse now deals damage versus current HP. That's a huge buff. Because Enigma initiates a fight. The scepter is the same. So Enigma initiates a fight. He uses Black Hole. He puts down Midnight Pulse and he uses Black Hole. He is doing 24% of current HP plus a flat amount of pure damage per second. It gets lesser and lesser. It gets less and less the damage as you go. But at the point that the damage would get lower, Enchantress meta, true. I didn't see your message. Yeah, welcome to chat. Midnight Pulse. By the time Midnight Pulse is going to be doing much less damage than it did before, a hero is going to be there to help you clean up everyone. So overall, this is a massive buff to Enigma. What is a massive nerf to Enigma is that the quality of life of Black Hole is a little bit worse. Black Hole, the shard effectively increased your movement speed when you were moving toward it by 200 and reduced your movement speed when you were moving away from it by 200. And then if you were moving, Black Hole is here, right? If you're moving like this, you are being pulled toward it because you're not moving directly away or directly toward it. So you're just being pulled flat toward it. This just reduces quality of life. But really the big deal with the Black Hole shard isn't the big radius. It's that if you just barely miss someone in Black Hole, from being in the Black Hole by like 50 units or even 200 units, humans don't have the reaction time to The fastest reaction time a human being has ever gotten to was like 150 or maybe 100 milliseconds. So people don't have the reaction time to prevent their hero from being pulled into a black hole if they were just on the outside when it was cast, right? I'd really appreciate if you guys could like this video as you're watching it. I appreciate you guys being here. I hope you're enjoying. Faceless Void. Facelift Void. He has more HP regen. Again, this is hundreds of HP over the course of a game. Hundreds of HP. Like this is 30 HP per minute of life. Hundreds of HP. So it's good for jungling. Stroke of Fate. Base damage reduced. That's kind of brutal because it... No, never mind. For some reason I was thinking it was a percentage increase per target hit. It's flat, so it doesn't matter. Cast point improved. Projectile speed reduced. This is an overall buff because of the cast point, honestly. The projectile speed matters, but it's weird. With the projectile speed being reduced, I think there are a lot of situations where it would be better or worse, because you want as many units to be getting hit by it as possible. And sometimes units will walk into the area. Yeah, I mean, I'm a fairly new player, so don't completely understand that much, but it's interesting to see who's been buffed and nerfed. Yeah, it's a great time to be a new player at the start of any new patch because everyone's in a similar boat. And understanding what are the real winners is really key to success at the start of a patch before they nerf all the good stuff. There are situations where projectile speed being reduced will make you hit more targets because people were walking there. And there are situations where people will already be out of the area by the time it gets there because of this projectile speed. It's not necessarily a buff or a nerf. The number's been reduced, but it completely is based on the situation. Thanks, Camilo. I appreciate your like. I appreciate that you appreciate this and are giving it a like. Gyro. Our boy Gyro. The geriatric pilot himself. I was going for a rhyming pun, but I didn't have one. Homing missile. Damage increased later, and it's just much smoother. It's very smooth. Well, I appreciate that. We could keep going forever. Do you want to? Let me know. Thunder, I appreciate that you appreciate that I appreciate that you appreciate my stream and that I'm analyzing this. I appreciate that you're talking in chat. How about that? Stun duration reduced. Brutal. That's fine. Maxing out homing missile is very, very weird because the Q is so good, but it's fine. Flat cannon. This is a buff because you want to buff. You want to magical damage is better earlier in the game. Right click damage is better later. You want flat cannon later, then you want homing, like stuff like homing missile. Hoodwink. Initial projectile speed increased, so it's harder to disjoint. No longer benefits twice from cast range bonus. It benefit twice from cast range bonus? So are they saying that it got double the benefit from cast range bonus, or that bounce range was doubled? I don't know, but that's dumb. Scurry, passive evasion is relevant. They doubled it at level 1, effectively. I have like 200-ish hours on the game, so I have a basic understanding of the fundamentals of the game. Any tips to improve? The best tip I can give you to improve in Dota is to get good at last hitting with no items on every hero. And whenever nothing is going on the map, try to get as much farm as possible, especially as a support. that alone will increase your effectiveness by a lot at any stage of the game. Like if you're free farming in a lane, you should be getting at least 3/4 of the creeps if you're alone. If you're not alone, use abilities to try to get the creeps, because they matter a lot more for supports than otherwise. And let supports farm. Don't literally let them take camps. Not that they can take the new camps, but yeah. Getting more money is huge. Farm is so important. Anytime you spend walking around not farming is hurting you so bad. True. Yeah. Especially supports. Supports getting money is critically important to the success of the game. Think about it. In pubs, supports getting money is way more important than in pro games, because in pubs you're not necessarily communicating with your team, and if one person has all the money and their internet goes out or something weird like that happens all the time in games, you're way more affected than if the farm are spread around more. And hard focus support items, because defensive items are all overpowered in this game, especially force stuff, now that it is down to a reasonable cooldown. Hoodwink reduces armor more. Oh yeah, 1 point in Scurry feels good now because it's a reasonable amount of evasion. You can put 1 point into Scurry and feel good about it. Sharpshooter pierces magic immunity replaced. It also is pure damage, right? Is replaced with 135 bushwhack radius. This caters more to her new role, which is purely a position 4. A position 4 is distinguished from a position 5 because they get more out of farm, and they farm in risky places to push waves and get to become a pseudo carry. I'm sorry, Victoria, I don't know what that means. You are life. I'm not sure what that means. Huskar. Strength reduced slightly. That's fine. He won't mind. Berserker's Blood now also grants magic resist once again. Up to 25. This isn't described well, but if you played Dota before, he gets more magic resistance the lower on HP he was. It just used to be like 80%. But he didn't heal from it. Invoker. Yes, Ice Wall buffs. Ice Wall is the best spell Invoker has. It's not close. I'm not joking at all. Invoker's faster now. 10 movement speed on Invoker. It's nice. It's not as big as increasing techies from 270 to 315 in one patch, but it helps. John says, thanks for tips. I'm finally starting to properly get into the game. However, not being able to play ranked until 100 hours of unranked gameplay is quite demotivating. Is that true? See, I haven't done a new account experience in 7 years, so I don't even know what they've done. I haven't paid attention to the new player experience that much. One of my previous reviews, I think I talked about some new player experience stuff, but I don't know. But 100 hours? That's insane. I feel like at most they should restrict you from playing 3-star difficulty heroes in ranked, because those are all actually not recommended until you have more time. Like Invoker. Great segue. Thank you for the segue. Really annoying? Yeah, I'm sure. Okay, Wex. Bonus movement speed decreased. Quite a bit. Okay, that's fine. It's like 25% per stack. It's fine. It kind of balances out, because you don't really want to be on Wex all the time. This makes him faster in general, because they wanted to reduce it. They just are shifting his movement speed from having to have Wex on to get around to just being faster in general. Alacrity costs more. Yeah, it's one of the best buffs in the game. Ice Wall, mana reduce. They're trying to get you to cast the best spell Invoker has. Forge Spirit. Armor reduced per hit, rescaled from 1 to 0.8, scaling to 1.5. Effect by XOR. Okay, so it scales with XOR levels instead of just being 1. That's reasonable. Melting Strike no longer has a 20 armor cap and instead has a 20 stack cap, so it's 30 armor reduction. Cool. Ghost Walk now gives... It now reduces your movement speed by half as much and it increases it by half as much at the minimum and maximum levels, respectively. Okay. +1 Forged Spirit armor reduction changed to +50 Forged Spirit attack speed. Forged Spirits have an extremely low base attack time, so this is way more armor reduction overall. They will get out more attacks before they die, so it's even more than that, than I'm saying. It's a lot. If you're enjoying this, I'd really appreciate if you would subscribe, because I am not uploading videos that often, but I do upload a video reviewing every major Dota patch, if you're interested. Level 20, +35 alacrity, damage and speed reduced to +30, that's fine. 2.5x Quas Wex Exort passive effect increased to 3x. Okay, they're just trying to make right-click Invoker a thing. Io. Love Io. Almost as much as I love Jakiro. No, I love Jakiro more, what am I saying? Way more. Reworked Shard. Passively grants Io 10% spell lifesteal. Huge. For the spirits actually healing and contributing to Io's playstyle instead of just being dead weight. Increases overcharge spell amp. Well, they're amazing in lane and then not at all after, unless you're doing a carry build and you build a Scepter. Increases overcharge spell amp by 10% for you and allies, notably, and causes it to share Io's current spell lifesteal with any tethered units. Wow. Io Bloodstone? Oh my god, Io Bloodstone. Wait a second. Alarms are going off. You share spell lifesteal. Okay, you share spell lifesteal with people you're attached to. That makes them heal themselves. You also heal yourself based on damage you do with spirits, because that's the only damaging ability you have. Here's the big thing. Bloodstone, active, now gives you mana based on the damage you do. So spirits will give you mana for damaging people with them, which gives the person you're tethered to mana. So Io Bloodstone is the meta. There you go. After Holy Locket. And not getting boots because you want to be a little shit. Also, the new boots upgrade is pretty good on Io if, yeah, it's pretty good in general. Infinite Io. Ross Octagonopus. Oh, that's a great reference. That's a throwback. Dr. Octagonopus. Yeah, so Io no longer drains HP and mana to tether. Or sorry, to use overcharge. It's a cooldown and gives spell amp. And it doesn't give infinite mana, but it gives a lot. Yeah, it's a good reference. I approve of that reference. Cooldown reduced, or sorry, increased. And spell amp reduced to account for the shard giving some, and it being at 15 minutes. Shards at 15 minutes, guys, always at the start of a game, if you haven't played a hero, look at what your shard does and decide immediately at the start of the game if you're going to get the shard your hero has. Always decide at the start. And if you decide yes, save up the money for the shard and buy it immediately at 15 minutes. It's worth it, especially on supports. On carries, it's often less so. The shards definitely cater in power towards supports more than carries, on average. Specifically in heroes, not just carries. Carries are an antiquated concept, but position 1 and 2. Talents. 15 damage to tethered units instead of 30 damage. So you give whoever you're tethered to just 15 damage. It can't possibly hurt. That will be hundreds of damage over the course of a game. So it adds up. More their movement speed. Spirit damage, yeah, even more life stealing, so you can heal more. Yeah, other than from the regen. This is huge, because as a support IO, you are incentivized to buy Scepter, because you can heal more. Because you have spell lifesteal baked in, and then you get Bloodstone, and you can also restore yourself and your allies' mana completely. And you can just tether to whatever ally actually needs mana, and you can just swap around and do that. I have Discord messages. It's from someone watching the stream. Great. The message. Okay, someone else is watching. Sure. Okay, thank you guys. Level 20 talent. I'm glad you got the reference. Oh, that's you. That checks out. It didn't even register, Russ. Yeah, okay. Nice. Okay. Level 20 talent. 60 spirit damage replaced with 0.2 overcharge max HP regen bonus. That's a multiplier. What's it currently? It's like 1.1 or something maxed out, right? Wait, no, sorry. What am I? Overcharge. Sorry. Okay, yeah, that is another 0.2% of your maximum HP per second. Yours and theirs. So you both give them 1% max HP regeneration, and you give yourself 1% max HP regeneration, 1.3. 130% of which is also given to your ally. It gives a lot of healing. Jakiro, my boy. My boys, really. Base strength reduced. Doesn't matter. He has way too much HP for support. Ice Path. Cooldown increased by a lot. But stun duration increased by a lot. Reasonable. Dual Breath now deals 10 instances of damage instead of 11, same duration. It makes more sense. It still does damage instantly on the first, on impact, so it cancels Blink. One of the best changes they ever made. But it's 9 ticks after that. So it just does damage faster, so it will do more before it gets purged. Because it usually gets purged. And Liquid Fire has a lower cooldown because 20 seconds has always been ludicrous, and you always max it. Usually last. Right now, it might be better to only get Ice Path to 2 points, and then leave Liquid Fire, get more points in Liquid Fire, but they're trying to incentivize you to max out Ice Path. Which, to be fair, it is a 2.5 second cooldown, long range... 2.5 second duration stun that is AoE, has a very long range, but has a delay, so there's a skill floor involved. Yeah, no cooldown. It's literally Axe Call with long range, except they don't hit you. It's hard to exaggerate the power of Ice Path. Macropyre, cast point reduced. Excellent. Scepter duration reduced. Sad. Yeah, that's fine. It doesn't matter. The cast point reduction is nice. You can just get it out sooner all the time. That'll save you time over the course of the game, maybe a few seconds. Which matters. Okay. Jug's Healing Ward costs less mana at later levels. Very necessary. The hero struggles a lot with mana and hasn't been that strong lately. Omni Slash, cooldown reduction, 10 seconds. Sure, you can spam it more. Fine. The Shard is always... The Shard is taken over because it's a short Omni Slash on a really short cooldown, so... notably, the Shard has a shorter cooldown and a much longer range than Omni Slash. So what you do is you cast the longer range Omni Slash that you get from the Shard, and you cast Omni Slash, which has a much shorter range, during that, so it's like an initiation tool, and it effectively just extends the duration of the Omni Slash. However, you want to cast it as late in the duration of the Shard Omni Slash as possible, because the duration doesn't stack, it just replaces the old one with the new Omni Slash. Talents. Level 15 talent. Instead of getting 30 attack speed, he has a low base attack time, so 30 attack speed mattered a lot. 1 second Blade Fury duration. That's huge for jungling. Plus 8 armor, replaced with the much more interesting 40% blade down to lifesteal. This alone makes him able to jungle. Holy fuck, this hero actually has sustain other than healing word. This is super interesting. Blade Fury DPS talent reduced, who cares? It's a more reasonable number, because it's a multiple of 50. Okay, like it just makes me happier. 40% blade down to lifesteal is just... It's not much because it's a small crit, but it happens all the time. So you're going to be healing like maybe 100 a second. Even at lower levels, which that alone, like you take this talent every time. By level 20, you're not going to be taking damage from jungle creeps. But the jungle is the meta now. People who can take the jungle more effectively are more powerful. By way more than they were before. Like the jungle is an actual advantage. Okay. Illuminate. Bigger radius. Caudal is my most played hero. So radius increased, sure. Cast point reduced. Okay, thank you. This ability never needed a 0.3 cast point. It used to take 5 seconds to channel. It doesn't need an additional cast point added onto it. Okay. It now takes 3 seconds to channel with no additional nerfs. Okay, max vision. So it just gives you more vision. It doesn't increase the range. He's Keeper of the Light. Vision makes sense. Spirit Form cooldown reduced. Great. Blinding Light pushback duration, but not distance reduced. So it's just twice as long of a little stun. Cool. Or does it take longer for them to get to the location? By the way, it's only 0.4 seconds. Kunka. X marks the spot. Cast range increased a lot at level 1. And a bit at level 2. And a tiny bit at level 3. So it has a longer cooldown, but longer cast range. This is a huge buff to all Kunkas. I hate it. I hate this change. X marks the spot is impossible to dispel. As long as it remains impossible to dispel, it's going to be really oppressive. And it now has a longer cooldown at level 1, which was the only limiting factor on this ability. You have to max it out for it to have any cast range. And now it has 150 more cast range, which is 2/3 of an Aether Lens at level 1. Okay, 16 strength. Once again, we're replacing boring talents with interesting ones. 25% X marks the spot movement speed. Affects enemies negatively and allies positively. Why not? It's much more significant for allies than it is for enemies. Because if you cast it on yourself, if you do the standard thing where you're casting X marks the spot on yourself and then running up and hitting a creep wave with your W, you're going to be able to get there faster. And then go back, which is just less risk for you. You take this every time, I'm pretty sure. I'll go check. I think the other one is Torrent Damage. Yeah, Torrent Damage. That's hard. Torrent Damage and Torrent AoE are really essential. Torrent Knockup and Stun Duration, Torrent Damage, and Torrent AoE with the Torrent Storm. You need all of those abilities if you take Torrent Storm. Torrent Storm is really good. Okay. Lego Commander. Reworked Shard. Legion Commander gains 4 armor for every hero hit with overwhelming odds and 0.5 armor for each creep. Increases overwhelming odds duration by 8 seconds. Why are they giving the heroes that like to be hit by enemies lots of armor? I understand. Like, but is this necessary? That's so much armor. Legion Commander was already tanky. I guess she wasn't tanky, she just doesn't die because of lifesteal. because she lifesteals when she's stunned. Level 20 taunt, 250 AoE press the attack. Yeah, 400 AoE was too big. It was usually unnecessary. And press the attack grants 2 seconds spell immunity. Used to be the shards, so now it's just pumped way later. Yeah, 20 minutes, much less 15 minutes, was way too soon to get access to spell immunity in any form. Unless you're literally putting all of your money into buying a BKB. Because farm accelerates as the game goes on, both because creeps get more valuable and because you have more tools to deal with them. And your ability to kill creeps greatly outstrips their scaling. Leshrac, base damage increased by 3. That is the kind of change that's the kind of small change that genuinely throws heroes into the meta. What's his base damage now? $47 to 51. Considering Null Talisman doubles in stats at 25 minutes, which I think will get reduced to 20 minutes, because 25 just seems a little late. I'm going to say, guys, it's still probably the best play to sell your Bracer, Null Talisman, or Wraithband, or not buy it at all, because 25 minutes is way too late. It stops being relevant at like, no, keep the item, but base damage increased by 3. It's a big deal for Leshrac because he has low base damage. It's like a 7% increase. Nihilism, which increases damage taken by yourself and allies nearby. No, they made it not increase damage taken. It makes you ethereal, but it doesn't increase the damage you take, and it increases your speed instead of reducing it. It's like an ethereal blade. Old ethereal blade on everyone. But gaining magic immunity no longer ends nihilism. What that means is that you can't be attacked or affected by spells when both of those are active. That's on the level of OG's combo in TI 9, where they did Pugna Grimstroke. Pugna Grimstroke, for those uninitiated, is a combo in which you connect 2 people with Grimstroke, you use Grimstroke's W, don't know the name of it, it puts out the little spirit that deals damage to people and silences them while it's on them, and then you decrepify those people so that they have a spirit on them that is silencing them, and they're taking increased magic damage, and there's a Pugna, so it's going to hurt, and they're disarmed by Decrepify, so they can't hit the spirit that's silencing them. So they can't do anything, and they're just completely at the mercy of Pugna. And this is the opposite of that. There you go. Lich. Base agility increased. We take those. Agility gain decreased. He didn't need it. Turn rate increased. Nice. Okay, Frostblast, attack speed slow increased from 30% to 30 scaling to 60%. Okay. It's not a percentage, though. Yeah, it's a flat attack slow. Percentage attack slow would break the game. Yeah, the attack speed slow, 30 to 30 scaling to 60 to specify. Okay. That's ridiculous. That probably makes the enemy team get out at least 10 fewer attacks. No. Let's say 5 fewer attacks per team fight are going to get out because of Frostblast getting that much attack speed slow. Because it's AoE, and people are unlikely to commit to attacks if they're ranged when they're slowed as well. So it's going to reduce a lot of attacks because psychology is a thing. Frost Shield, now does its first tick of damage and slow 0.1 seconds after casting, so it's just sooner. So it breaks blinks and stuff. Cool. Chain Frost now does, oh no, it has, I thought they were nerfing the damage. It has lower mana cost to account for the lower intelligence. Why did they reduce intelligence? I guess they don't want him to right click. Who knows? Not me. No, they wanted to reduce your mana. Yeah, here's what this reduces Lich's overall mana, but reduces the mana cost of Chain Frost, so it incentivizes casting Chain Frost more than before. Because the difference is made up there. Rage. Cooldown increased. Yeah, I mean, spell immunity is broken. Especially on a hero ability. Just look at Juggernaut. Open Wounds. When a target afflicted by open wounds, which is now the Shard, is dealt 500 damage, the wounds will fester and spread to a random other enemy within 700 radius. Prioritizes heroes. Duration reduced. Because they specify duration reduced, that means that it is full duration. Is dealt 500 damage, not just by you. If Lifestealer uses open wounds, hit that person. If it spreads, also hit that person. Because you will heal. It gives you spell lifesteal when you hit them and stuff like this. This will sustain your team so much. This makes your team Lifestealer. Lena, F in chat. Reworked Shard. Lena's spells deal 10 more damage for every Fiery Soul charge. Max charges from 3 to 7. Okay. That's huge. Because Spell Amp applies to this. Stack duration increased. That's nice. You don't have to cast as often. Nice for a support anyway. Movement speed per charge reduced. Okay, that's exactly the same. It's actually more at lower levels. Like, yeah, it's actually more at all levels except the last level. More movement speed overall with maximum charges. Attack speed bonus per charge reduced. So 280 instead of 270 attack speed. And now gains a charge whenever a spell damages an enemy. Oh my god! So it's not whenever you cast, it's whenever a spell damages an enemy. That changes everything. Great. I like that more. And they nerfed the talent. But they only halved it, which means it's still a buff. This talent is still buffed. Lion. Oh, damn it. I did the thing again. Okay, never left click on the patch notes, guys. Lion. Finger of Death. Mana cost reduced. That's one of the best things you can do. Eggs cooldown reduced from 80, 50, 20. Okay. I wanted them to reduce the base cooldown of Finger of Death, but they just made it so buying Finger of Death before level 12 is genuinely almost worth considering. Wild. Okay. Mana drain reveals invisible. True. True, true, true. Lone Druid. Summon Spirit Burr. Base damage increased by 8. Entangle duration shorter early and longer later. No. The opposite of what I said. It's longer earlier and shorter later. Damage interval reduced. It damages 5 times a second, so 4, okay. Now deals damage immediately when applied. Breaks blink, but it already did because you just hit them. Entangle damage per second rescaled. So it's just lower. Spirit Link now also shares a percentage of your armor with the Spirit Bearer and vice versa. Now, I'm just going to specify. This doesn't also transfer the armor that you gained from Spirit Link because that would be infinite armor. This isn't pun. This is a Dota ability. Calm down. Okay, True Form. Dying while casting True Form does not put the ability on cooldown. Wow. I don't know how much that happens, but it's a nice quality of life. Luna, Alan, I know you're listening. Lucent Beam. Shard will now target the nearest creep if no heroes are nearby. Cool. Lucent Beam cooldown talent nerfed. Eclipse cooldown talent buffed. Level 20 talent Global Lunar Blessing now also grants 200 bonus night vision. Night vision is a really good stat. Lycan. Or as one of my friends calls him, Lycan. Because he's Tinker Lycan good. Okay. Damage decreased from... Yeah, that's fine. It's just smoother. Duration reduced on Shapeshift. Thank you. I'm a support player. Level 10 talent. The damage of the wolf buffing talent is nerfed. It's fine. Did they change every hero? We're only 2/3 through this patch, guys. 2/3. This is going to take 4 hours. Feral Impulse. Damage decreased. Yeah, that. I'm not going to reread stuff. Level 10 talent. 20% Howl attack damage reduction. So it's like 60% with that? That's insane. That's so dumb. Shapeshift critical chance. Again, they're smoothing numbers. From that one time where they nerfed all the numbers of talents by 20%, so everything became really janky, they're making them smooth. This used to be 40%, and now it's 30 after they reduced it by 20% to 32, and it looked janky for years. Magnus. Our girl Marcy. F in chat. Shockwave. Reworked Scepter. Increases shockwave range by 150 and radius by 50. Radius is big. Shockwaves now erupt after 1.5 seconds. That's way too long. No one's going to be in the area. Doing an additional... No, it has increased radius. Doing an additional 50% of Shockwave's base damage and applying a debuff that slows and reduces base armor by 50%. What the fuck? So it's 50%. After the first second, it's 40%. And it goes down to 0. Reduces base armor by a percentage. That is brutal. Shockwave only has a 10-second cooldown. It might even be 8 seconds. I'm not sure. I'll check. I got this. I got you guys. I got you. 10 seconds. Really good. Our boy Magnus is way stronger. That Ags is worth buying. Almost for the first time ever. Obviously, the Scepter, the Shard is amazing. Horn Toss, everyone said it was bad. I said it was amazing right when it came out. People were memeing on it. Then it was used at TI, and everyone says it's a god tier ability. Listen to me, guys. That's all I'm saying. I'm going to close all these. Okay. Marcy. F in chat. So, added Ags. Oh, yes. Reduces Unleashed cooldown by 10 seconds. It's a big cooldown reduction. While Unleashed is active, Marcy's abilities trigger Unleash pulses. Oh, wow. That's a lot of increased damage output. Aghanim Scepter single-handedly makes support Marcy twice as good. Because it's instead of only scaling based on attacks, it's also abilities. And it's good on carries too, but added Shard. Rebound can be set to autocast to throw the target instead of rebounding off them. Wow. So when you jump to them, you can, instead of selecting the area where you jump to, you select the area where you throw them. You can throw allies to initiate, or backwards, or, oh my god, it's wild. Rebound can no longer target enemy units, and the ally movement speed bonus is increased. Okay, so this isn't as insane as I thought. You can't throw enemies, you can only throw allies, because it can only target allies. You can throw allies, and it will do the same slow and damage that it would have done if you just jumped. And you can change it by right-clicking on the ability, setting it to autocast. Unleash pulse damage is reduced because you get way more pulses with the Scepter. Great. Love that change. Fantastic. For a best girl. Mars. Strength gain increased. Sure. Yeah, I mean, he's going to get broken by camps now, so. Spirit of Mars. Cooldown increased by 1 second. Yeah, it's one of the best abilities in the game. It wouldn't be good on any other hero. I mean, obviously Rubik buffs the shit out of abilities. But most heroes, Spirit of Mars wouldn't be that good on. It just wouldn't work with their kit. Any ability's god tier in Rubik. But, you know, he's the exception, not the rule, as they say. Arena of Blood. Spear damage is reduced. Dude, it can no longer be escaped vertically. The only thing I can think of is if you go into the upgraded duels and then walk out of it. That no longer works. I remember when Mars first came out, the damage per spear, like hit, was like 150 at level 1. And every single game I played him, I would spear someone right when I got my ultimate, and I would spear them into my ultimate, and regardless of the hero, I would kill them. I'm glad they're reducing the damage further. Full HP hero, for the record. Mystic Snake. Mana cost reduced to flat 140. Incentivizing maxing out the ability as it should be all the time because this ability's dumb. Cold-Blooded is now disabled by break. That's fair. No longer activates spellcasters further than 2,000 units away. It did that? That's hilarious. Lamau, Zeus Ultimate. I think it only works on targeted abilities, but it's fine. Meepo. Okay. Okay, so reduce talents. Out of breath. Level 10 talent. 15 attack damage replaced with 20 attack speed. Much better talent for Medusa. Deso. It's time. No, don't do it. Whoa. That's a dangerous talent. Always take 0.5 mana shield damage per mana. There's no situation in which that's not better. I don't care what anyone says. This improves the ratio of damage that gets transferred to mana. This will extend your mana further. You are going to be doing jungle creeps. You will be able to stay out much longer because you won't lose all of your mana if you take this talent, which in the end will make you kill things faster than if you took the attack speed. If you want attack speed, make someone buy Solar Crest because you're Medusa and you're the only person on your team that matters in fights. Unless there's a Storm Spirit, because Storm Spirit is also a god. Level 15 talent. 30 attack speed replaced with minus 12% split shot damage penalty. That's really good. That's a rapier buff? Especially a rapier buff. That means you only lose 8% of the damage when you have split shot active. It's really good. Plus 2 Mystic Snake bounces. Okay, guys. Mystic Snake gains 35% increased damage per jump. The first hit will do 200 damage. The second hit will do 270 damage. It doesn't scale based, it scales based off of the original damage. So it adds 70 each jump at max level. If you add 2 more, the last person is going to take 140 more damage. That level 20 talent is definitely better than the other option. I don't care what it is. Let me see. Yeah, definitely better than Stone Gaze Duration. No question. Meeps. Mystic Snake, excellent against Meepo. Oh my god, whoa. Okay, calm down. They're increasing Meepo's stat gain. That's dangerous. You're playing a dangerous game, Ice Frog. How much is that? I'm not going to do the math. 23.2 more agility at level 30 than before. Okay. And I say level 30 because this hero is one of the only ones that can reach it in a normal game. Because he gets XP from everywhere he has a clone. Clones no longer benefit twice from power treads. Clones no longer benefit twice from level attribute stat bonuses. Okay, so this is literally no change. And it's a nerf early game. I approve. It's more elegant. There isn't weird shit going on. Shard, Fling, Manicost. So they would benefit from the fact that they have a pair of boots equipped, and they would benefit from the fact that the main clone shares stats with the the real Meepo shares with the clones. And he has power treads, so he was giving the stats of the power treads to them. And that no longer happens. Shard, Fling, Manicost. I'm sorry, what? What is that? I suck at names, what? Shard, Fling. I didn't remember that was a thing. Are they going to show this does, or are they just going to show Ren's? Oh my god, this is the old video for Geostrike. Nah, for Geostrike hype, you need to get all the Meepos in there and do literal hundreds of DPS with just the DOT. Why do we stand grants magic resistance to all Meepos? I still think this is overall a big nerf because he's going to have so much less agility early game. And he's an Omega Snowball hero. Earthbind. Oh, wait, no. No, sorry. Meepo's hugely buffed because the jungle creeps all give more XP. So Meepo's huge. Yeah, Meepo's... This might be a Meepo meta. I'm very sad to say. They're reducing mana costs. They're increasing the mana cost of Dig. It's fair, because that's a Cancer's ability. Earthbind grants True Strike on targets. I believe that is from everyone, not just from Meepos. And you get that at level 15. So if anyone has evasion, even if it's just a Radiance, get Earthbind grants True Strike on targets. It'll make you get out like 5-ish more attacks per fight, which is huge. Mirana has way higher agility at level 1, but lower scaling. Probably comes out to be very similar in the end. Base armor reduced by 1. Now, bear in mind, guys, starting agility matters more than scaling agility because you have it for the entire game instead of just having it higher later. So it adds up. Base armor reduced by 1, sustain starting armor. Base attack speed reduced. You have 1 extra attack speed. Nice. Base damage decreased. This is the damage without your agility added. Average damage increased. Okay. Starstorm, mana cost reduced. Leap, reworked shard. Thank you, Mormon Jesus. If you haven't seen that, look up Mormon Jesus. Watch the video. If you're Mormon, I'm not sorry. It's hilarious and you know it. So Leap before shoehorned you into going for right click, and this doesn't. So this is much better. It gives you 1 more leap charge, which is really nice. Sagan pounces. That's the cat. Sagan pounces, dealing 150 damage and a forward cone to units within 500 range of Mirana and slowing them by 30% for 2.5 seconds. This is a really weird ability if it didn't have 500 range, because she wants to be leaping away from enemies generally, but you're leaping toward them and then you're starstorming them with reduced mana cost and hitting them and stuff. So this makes it support Miranas are less likely to want to get in for the juicy starstorms. So this is making core Mirana stronger. But it'll need more, because, again, she did have a right-click build before, and I think Mirana being a spellcaster is more interesting than Mirana being a right-clicker, despite the fact she has so much agi. MK. Pre-dance. Perched vision reduced by 100. Fair. Kind of sees everything. Wukong's command. Scepter now also gives soldiers the ability to increase their Jingu mastery stacks. What the actual fuck? Alan! Alan! Why did they do this? Why did they give every soldier in Wukong's ultimate that much bonus damage after 4 attacks? I know they don't always get off that many attacks, but okay, guys. Monkey King Battle Fury is back. It's real. Get Battle Fury on Monkey King if you weren't already. Holy fuck. Yeah, that's a lot of extra Jingu mastery coming around, so you get a lot more of the bonus damage if you get Battle Fury. Okay. Morphling. Morphling, for the record, completely fucked by the fact that E-Blade no longer gives 40 agility. It now gives 10 agility. And it does damage based on the hero you are targeting's base primary attribute, not based on Morphling's attribute. So Shotgun Morphling is dead. Nearly. It's not quite dead. He just gets way less agility out of the stat stick of the item. And the actual ability itself will do way less damage. But you can still buy it and be a shotgun. It's just a lot worse. So let's see what they did to Morph. Reworked Scepter. Replicate steals 20% of each stat from the replicated hero. What do you mean steals? Is it like Slark steal or Rubik steal? Rubik doesn't steal, he copies. Slark fucking steals. Which one is it? If the replicated hero's primary attribute is strength, it will also steal 35% status resistance. They mean fucking steal. If it's agility, it will steal 50 attack speed, and if it's intelligence, it will steal 20% spell amp. Reduces replicate cooldown by 20 seconds. Okay. Morphling is much better than he was. So he's not completely shoehorned into rushing E-Blade and nuking people. He can still nuke people, it's just not the only thing he does. He now reduces someone's primary attribute by 20%, gains all of that, and reduces status resistance. You will have negative status resistance. Meaning, you will have every disable on you last 35% longer. Agility, minus 50 attack speed, in addition to losing 20% of your agility. And losing 20% spell amp, which I think is too high. That's the most savage one here. No, it's not, because this is reasonable because intelligence is a weak attribute. It's the worst attribute. Everyone knows it. So because intelligence isn't as bad to lose as the others, yeah, because intelligence isn't as bad to lose as the others, they take more from you. And it reduces replicate cooldown by 20 seconds, which brings it to... This just makes him right-click people. This is what he was meant to do. He gets tons of stats, you right-click people. It's that simple. Simple doesn't mean easy, but it's simple. Multi-shot prioritizes heroes. That's juicy. Always buy this shard. That's insane. You can farm with that. What's the base cooldown? It becomes 40 seconds with this. It's a really good X. Especially because you can consume them without Alchemist now. Definitely do that. It's better if Alchemist gives it to you because you get the stats. But yeah. Naga Siren. Riptide does more damage early and less damage later. It no longer triggers on a random chance, and it now triggers on every 5 attacks on an enemy by Naga and her images. So it's a counter on an enemy, like Jingu Mastery. Support Naga's back. Make no mistake, I said Support Naga was dead the second they made it based on random chance when hitting people. Net Naga, just netting everyone, has always been one of my favorite builds in the game, because net and snare is a ludicrous ability. And although Mirror Image becomes almost worthless other than disjointing attacks, oh sorry, I don't know if it disjoints. I know it dispels. It's a great basic dispel, and you can use it to stack if you're a god gamer. But Ensnare was always where it's at. It's a 5-second root on a 14-second cooldown. That is cancer. It also has a long cast point, which in this case is a benefit, just like Enchantress having a slow projectile means that the enemies can get farther away before it hits, so they do more damage. Ensnare, having a long cast point, but not getting fucked up by Fog of War, means you can start casting it, someone can get out of your view, and it will finish casting regardless. But Riptide actually triggering if you're a support is a really nice change. Also, this is equivalent to a 20% chance with pseudo-random distribution. So it's a straight buff, even if it didn't seem like it. A guarantee is always better than a chance with pseudo-random distribution anyway. Talents. Plus 8 agility changed to 20 Riptide damage. Better anyway. Magical damage. Being a magical damage, physical damage hybrid makes you very difficult to deal with. Not as difficult to deal with as a physical specialist or a magical specialist, but because you're not going to be specialized. You're not, the things that apply to one will not apply to both, but that's true for enemies too. If they build magic resistance, it won't help against the physical and vice versa. So, it's fine. Oh my god, -1 Riptide hits. This reduces armor, guys. -1 hits? That's so much more uptime. Okay, Prophet. Turn rate improved. Oh my god, he can turn like a golden god. He can give people the cold shoulder more quickly. Nice. Nature's Call. Mana cost rescaled. It's a nerf to level 1 and a buff to everything else because you always max it. And you don't have to cast it that often. Wrath of Nature. Mana cost reduced a lot. Plus 20 damage is now -8 seconds Nature's Call cooldown. That's nice. You can get more consistently like high numbers of treants. Plus 75% Sprout mischance changed to 100%. So if you don't have any way, like if you don't have MKB or something, you cannot hit anything if you're in Sprout. Plus 8 armor replaced with Sprout leashes? Oh my god. If you get like 2 people, they'll still be leashed. You literally, the only way to deal with Sprout, you can't even fight your way out anymore. You can't cut down the tree and then fight the tree and leave now. You literally have to have Force Staff. Or an equivalent effect to get out. That's the only way. Or BKB. But if you BKB, oh my god, this accounts for if you have BKB, and it also accounts for if you don't have enough damage to kill something. You just have to blink out or something. But he's probably going to be hitting you. Reaper Scythe no longer increases enemies' death timers. Killing an enemy with Reaper Scythe now grants Necrophos 3, 6, 9, nice. HP a second, and 1, 2, 3 scaling, and also retroactive mana regen permanently. Permanent regen is pretty juicy. This makes it justifiable for Necrophos to kill steal, just like Axe. You should always let Necrophos steal kills, and you should always let him go mid now. Because infinitely scaling is ridiculous. Don't be mad about kill steals. Getting the kill doesn't give that much more gold than getting an assist, or just being in the area. It's okay. And I promise you, flaming your teammates because they stole a kill will reduce your likelihood of winning way more than you getting the gold instead of them would make. Every time. There you go. Night Stalker. Less agility. No cast point on Crippling Fear. That means you can cast it while moving. Same thing with the Earth Spirit stuff earlier. You can cast all of that while moving now because it doesn't take any time. I just threw a coaster made of cork on my keyboard, so it scrolled. We're lucky it didn't close. Okay. More void damage, Dark Ascension duration. This is pretty boring. Yeah, this is boring. They just buffed his talents, but Crippling Fear, you don't have to stop to cast it. Which is huge, because a lot of the time when you're chasing someone, those 0.2 seconds are enough for them to get away. If your ulti isn't up. If your ulti is up, God help them. If they're not Bloodseeker, or someone who can teleport. But with Crippling Fear, a lot of the time they would, if they're running away from you actively, they'd be able to get out of the AoE of Crippling Fear before it's cast. With the 0.2 seconds. This actually makes all the difference in the world. Okay, Nyx. I love Nyx. Impale. Cooldown increased. They said reduced. It's increased at lower levels. Mana Burn is now way better at level 1 than it was. Never mind. Yes, it is overall better at level 1, despite the fact they also reduced the damage. 4 seconds was too low of a cooldown. 5 seconds is more reasonable. This is much smoother of a... Making the numbers, like, easy to remember makes a big difference. It's not going to win you a game, but it makes a difference. It makes the game easier to learn, which gets more people, which gives you more MMR, because new people are bad. At least for a little while. So, Vendetta. Shard now increases target's incoming spell damage by 17% instead of reducing their magic resistance. So it also increases pure damage taken, is the only takeaway. Shard now applies the debuff before the damage. Does it add pure damage or something? Because they changed Vendetta to do pure damage, and then... Oh, they didn't change it back. Okay. I thought they changed it back for some reason. Vendetta movement speed is juicy. Also, guys, time for some propaganda. Oh, what the fuck? Sorry, propaganda is obsolete. Level 15 talent, 20 movement speed replaced with increased mana burn damage multiplier. What's the alternative? Impale damage? Oh no, health. That's actually hard. It depends entirely on the game. If it's against Invoker or Pugna, always take the damage. If it's anyone else, especially right clickers, probably take the health. I was going to give more propaganda about how 80 agility is infinitely worse than unobstructed pathing in Vendetta. And then I saw that they changed that to 300 AoE mana burn. And now it's close. Now it's a very close. Which one is better? 80 agility was a bad talent compared to unobstructed pathing. Unobstructed pathing. Think about that. Unobstructed pathing. While invisible, you become unstoppable from running away or running to anyone. Okay. Ogre Magi. Okay, Ogre Magi, increased mana cost on Fire Blast, increased cooldown on Ignite. They nerfed the health talent. they increased his strength talent. Oh my god. 25 talent, 20% bash chance, changed to 17% fire blast chance. It's 17% because of the meme. I guarantee this is true RNG and not pseudo-random distribution. And lastly, yes, 17% chance to fire blast on hit, which can trigger more fire blasts. Cool. I'm an Ogre Magi player. I'm not going to react too strongly to this because I don't want them to remove it. It's not that good. Don't take it. No, you should probably take it. It's actually... It makes right-clicking as Ogre worth it. It's hard to say whether 240 Fire Blast damage is better than 17% Fire Blast chance on attack. You get both at level 30, of course. Fire Blast damage is almost always better. To get first, but 17% Fire Blast damage on attack is more damage overall if you're able to stay in melee. This unironically makes right-click Ogre viable as well. But they should move the Fire Blast cooldown to level 15 instead of the health. Make it 1.5 seconds and make the health 200. Because then there would be either a support or right-click option on every talent tier. Or mid. You can mid as Ogre, it's fine. Oh my god, Omni-Knight changes. Lots of intelligence increase. Reworked Shard grants degen aura. Slows enemies within 400 radius of Omni-Knight by 40%. Does this version go through spell immunity? No. That's fair. Heavenly Grace no longer grants status resistance. It's also applied to Omni-Knight if cast... It said casted on an ally. If cast on an ally. Grants an additional 3, 4, 5, 6 strength and HP regen for each debuff dispelled. That is crazy, because strength is not as valuable on people that aren't you, usually. Because most heroes aren't strength heroes. And strength actually actively decreases your healing on them proportionately, which does overall decrease your healing, because when they lose the strength, they go to the same proportion of HP. Always use Purification before Heavenly Grace. Degen Aura no longer a basic skill, yeah. Hammered Purity, the old shard, is now a basic skill. Mana Cost, no longer an attack modifier. Now has a 350 cast range, it's a projectile. It's Hammer of Wrath from World of Warcraft with a stun. Never mind, it doesn't stun. It's just Hammer of Wrath, guys. It's Hammer of Wrath from WoW. It's Hammer of Wrath. It has a percentage of base damage, no longer grants damage reduction, now slows the target, debuff. Yeah, it's Hammer of Wrath, guys. Guardian Angel. Scepter no longer grants 40 HP regen, it now grants 40% status resist. So towers don't get much out of 40% status resist, so this is a nerf to his base defense. But 40% status resistance is one of the best possible modifiers you can get in the whole game. However, Guardian Angel isn't that good of an ability, because if you pick Omni-Knight early, like you usually would in a pub, if they pick Oracle, Oracle's Q is a 6-second cooldown AoE basic dispel, which does remove Guardian Angel. So, bear that in mind. Level 10, taunts. 4 seconds Heavenly Grace buff duration is way better than 10 HP a second. Minus 30 seconds Guardian Angel cooldown at level 15. That's crazy. Heavenly Grace 8 strength and HP regen per stack. Okay. Hammer Purity cooldown, Hammer Purity damage. All these are very cool talents. I approve. Oracle, my boy. They increase the cooldown of Fate's Edict. I don't blame them. They increase the duration. I blame them. They reduce the mana cost. They've made a horrible mistake. Reign of Destiny. Reworked Scepter. It used to reduce the cooldown of Purifying Flames and therefore was dog shit because that ability already has a 2-second cooldown. 2.25 technically. Reign of Destiny. Reworked Scepter. Grants Reign of Destiny. I wouldn't have guessed. Brings forth Rain. Wow, also wouldn't have guessed. On a 650 unit area for 10 seconds. That's a huge AoE, guys. Enemies standing in the area receive 50 DPS and have minus 25% heal amp. So you take less healing from Purifying Flames. That's one thing. Allies heal 50 health per second and have 25% increased incoming heal amp. 40-second cooldown, 10-second duration. That's really good. This makes Oracle way more valuable as a healer. It's very Oracle because Oracle's all about upsides and downsides for abilities, but usually it applies an upside and a downside to an ally or an enemy. This is just pure upside. Like Purifying Flames, it damages an ally, then heals them. Fate's Edict disarms an ally, but makes them take no magic damage. Reign of Destiny is just all upside, which I guess is fair because it's the Scepter. I'm going to build that every game because it's overpowered. And that's all. It probably isn't overpowered, but it does heal for 250. No, sorry, it heals for 500. What am I saying? 500. 625. It heals for 625. Without Holy Locket. And because it is healing taken, it actually gets multiplied by the modified healing that you output. So if you get Holy Locket, that increases your healing 35%. So yeah, it doesn't stack diminishingly because it's different sources. Right? So yeah, it takes that 1.35 times your healing and puts another parentheses and does times 1.25. It actually increases healing a lot. Mana cost 150. That's really low. Oracle can handle that so easily. That could easily cost 200 mana. 250 even. Zero's 3.8 endgame. And 1.8 base mana regen. He also used to have 1.4 base attack time, but we don't dwell on the past. Much. Oracle's my boy. Outworld Destroyer, otherwise known as Outhouse Defiler. Arcane Orb. Current mana as damage reduced. So it scales. So you have to put points in it. I previously agreed with this change to making it a percentage because it scales like that. You don't need to make percentages scale with level because it already scales with level. But now you pretty much have to max it, and that's fair. Max mana restored reduced by 5% at all levels for Essence Lux. Pretty minor changes, guys. Okay, Pangolier. Swashbuckle. Damage increased by a tiny bit. Sure. Armor reduction increased later and reduced earlier, so you have to max it out. Duration increased early and reduced later. The payoff, or sorry, the trade-off, not the payoff, guys. Okay. More strength, great. Swashbuckle cooldown reduction increased. 3 seconds. I like Pango. This doesn't matter that much. The damage increase is nice. Also smooths out the numbers. Phantom Strike costs more. That's fair. Lifesteal increased. Sure. It's pretty good, especially since this is a jungling patch. Plus 20% Stifling Dagger damage. That's a really good talent. I think they meant that it increases the attack damage percentage added to Stifling Dagger to 90% from 70. Not that it increases all of the damage by 20%. Either way, it's not a big difference. That's a good talent. And the armor corruption being removed removes the build manta style because it stacks differently for each target applying it meme. PL, Phantom Rush, cooldown decreased early. Really good because it gives agi at the end. As long as you don't cancel it, you get agi on the head at the end of the dash. Quite a bit too. It makes last hitting a fucking breeze. Phantom Rush, bonus agi duration. Whoa. Okay. That's a lot of agi. It gives so much. It gives you 40 agi. It's normally for 1.5 seconds, and they're giving it to you for 4 seconds. Phantom Lancer now does burst damage, guys. You never take 150 health. You never take 15 strength either. Because you're building Octarine Core and spamming Q with Shard. Van Lancer, amazing at taking the jungle. Doesn't give a single fuck about anything jungle creeps do once you get Shard. And you get Shard earlier now. Phonics, otherwise known as Big Bird. We've got increased strength, increased agi gain. Sure, that's a lot more, or that's a tiny bit more survivability. The movement slow and Icarus Dive reduced. Fire Spirits have a much lower cooldown. That's actually a huge buff. 20 seconds, wow. Mana cost reduced as well. They like Phoenix this patch. And they swapped these two talents because 1.5% max health sunray damage was never taken. And Icarus Dive is taken every time. So they swapped them and didn't change the numbers. Phase Shift can be channeled for longer early. The Shard causes Phase Shift to attack all enemies within attack range plus 200. The meme is alive again. Because it's, yeah, that's a really good thing to have on a Shard. Especially because you can build Maelstrom and have Shard at 15 minutes. Get the Shard before the Maelstrom, because the Maelstrom doesn't do much if you don't have Shard. And the reverse is not true. Waning Rift has a lower cooldown early, great. Ags gives it more radius and range, knocks enemies back, non-interrupting, and reveals enemy units and wards. That used to be, a weaker version of that used to be the Shard and vice versa, so yeah, this is better. Dream Coil, cooldown reduction by 5 seconds, sure. Oh no, Phase Shift Attack used to be a talent. This is way better design. It's way too good for a talent. Minus 10 seconds Dream Coil cooldown is good. Dream Coil Rapid Fire is 10 attacks per target instead of 8. Dream Coil pierces magic immunity is no longer tied to an eggs. That's nice. Budka. Base armor reduced by 1. Why? He doesn't need to be squishy. Okay. Intelligence gain increased. That's nice for him. Flesh Leap no longer... Flesh Heap no longer grants magic resistance. They nerfed the strength per death. But it can be cast to grant damage block against all types of damage for 7 seconds. Mana cost 50, cooldown low, can be cast while channeling. That reduces damage taken from each tick of a DOT. Which works against Rot and literally anything else. So he's really resistant against DOTs now. That's super cool. But he is now nerfed as a carry. His infinite scaling is much worse. But he's a way better support now. Because he's so much more survivable if he doesn't get kills. Dismember. Shard cooldown reduction reduced from 10 seconds to 5 seconds. Oh, by the way, it makes a ton of sense that he's resistant to like toxins and stuff. Because he's literally Frankenstein's monster. Pugna. Mana Decrepify costs more. It can be cast while channeling. That's huge. You can cast on enemies or allies. Another word. No longer heals 2 hits whenever an enemy casts a spell. It now reduces enemy spell damage by 25% when maxed out. That is really good. That's way better. Instead of it just persisting and people having to focus it, it actually does something extra. Which rewards good play instead of punishing bad play less. Life Drain. Reworked Shard. Life Drain can target your nether ward, causing it Life Drain to refract to all enemy heroes in range of the ward for 70% of its damage. The effect is interrupted if the ward is destroyed, increases nether ward cast range by 350. So nether ward is now a conduit for Life Drain. Do you heal for all the additional targets? No idea. That's really cool. I like that. That's a shard. I feel like that should be a scepter. That's really cool. That's going to be bought every game, and it's going to suck. You really have to find that ward, because they can place it in the trees. Alright guys, we're nearly at the end. Swap of Pain. Shard damage reduced on the blink. It's fine. Screaming Pain costs more mana. Sonic Wave does less damage, especially early. That's completely fair. Razor, static link cannot be cast on a target that is already linked. Fair. Yeah, double static links. Horrible. Play against. 21% Storm Surge movement speed. That's a lot of... Why 21? But that's a lot of movement speed. Level 25 talent, +1 Eye of the Storm target replaced with 2 static link charges. That just makes way more sense for how the hero's played. Instead of adding some weird random shit that he doesn't need, it's good, but it's weird random shit he doesn't need. And static link charges directly scales up what he wants to do. Which is steal your damage and run at you. Simultaneously. While hitting you. And channeling. Ricky's been buffed because he's hurt the most by the invis nerfs. Mana cost rescaled. It pretty much costs less mana. Blink Strike now also slows enemies by 100% very briefly. Very nice. Convenient. Tricks of the Trade, mana cost increase. This also means you'll always get the attack off if they're just running away from you. Sometimes you won't get the attack off, you'll only get the magic damage because they get too far away if they're really fast or something. Tricks of the Trade, mana cost increased slightly. Sleeping Dart is now dispellable, very sad. Smokescreen AoE is now a talent instead of 8 strength. Yeah, 8 strength is fucking boring. We've been over this. Blink Strike, slow duration. Oh my god. You can get a really long slow. Tricks of the Trade applies a basic dispel, can also be cast when Rooted and Unleashed. That's insane, because it can teleport you away with an Ogre Scepter. Okay. Rubik. Lift duration increased at level 1. That is one of the biggest buffs they could have done. Okay. Oh. Oh my god. Oh. This is the biggest change in the patch. This is the biggest change in the patch. This is the biggest change in the patch. Spell Steal. Cooldown reduced from scaling from 20 down to 10 to 20 down to 4. You used to have a 2-second cooldown if you got Ags and much longer if you didn't. Ags no longer reduces cooldown. Ags now lets you steal 2 spells. But you can't steal Rearm. Dude. That is the best change they could have made for Rubik. I've been asking for the cooldown reduction to be baked in for years. Oh my god. I get to go back to playing Rubik every game. It's amazing. Okay. Sand Kong has 1 more armor. Matters a lot. People like hitting him. Sandstorm does damage more often, so it gets off more ticks if you're only in it briefly. The mana cost is increased, though. Effectively, because you always max it. Talents. I guess you could not max it, but there's not a good reason not to. Especially now that they've made it more consistent. Level 10 talent, plus 200 health replaced with 12% Caustic Finale slow. That's huge, because it gets applied to everyone with Aghanim Scepter. Caustic Finale slow talent at level 15, replaced with Caustic Finale damage. Yeah, instead of it being percentage-based strictly, it gets a bit more base damage. Epicenter Radius is way better than this at level 20. Can you imagine taking this at level 20 compared to this at level 15? Yeah, that's so much better. Shadow Demon. Oh shit. Demonic Cleanse is now granted as a secondary ability with Aghanim Shard. Repeatedly applies a basic dispel on the target allied unit, removing negative buffs for the duration. They're called debuffs. At the end of the duration, the unit is healed. Units under the effect of Disruption can still be affected by Demonic Cleanse. Scepter also grants charges to Demonic Cleanse. That's cool. Instead of it, like this effect allowing you to use Demonic Purge on allies, it just gives you a separate ability, which is a lot more intuitive and doesn't reduce your offensive capability to give you support. That's nice. Shadow Fiend. Shard now also fears the target for half a second. Let me just double check what that is. I do not remember. Shadow Fiend gains 2 souls per kill. Additionally, Shadow Fiend can consume 1 soul. Okay, so the crit now fears as well. They already nerfed it. It says 0.5 seconds on the patch notes, and it's now 0.3 already. Okay, that's fine. Requiem now gives enemies minus magic resistance after dealing its damage. Cool. And this gives Shadow Race stack damage instead of minus spell amp. This is just pure win. They're trying to bring back Caster Fiend. Okay, Shadow Shaman. Shackles damage reduced by a lot, but it heals Shadow Shaman for the same amount it damages the enemy. That's really nice, because standing there and damaging someone is really dangerous work, and now it's way less dangerous, especially early. Mass Serpent Ward. Creep hits to kill Serpent Wards increase from 2 to 4. Towers and heroes still kill in 2. That's a huge buff. Shadow Shaman is like literally going to get 5% win rate off this. Like Mass Serpent Ward not getting obliterated by creeps means there's going to be like at least 2 more serpents up on average. Okay, Silencer, one of the biggest winners of this patch because of the item changes. Arcane Curse, mana cost increased. Yeah, they're pushing Core Silencer because Arcane Curse is the main ability. Shard now also increases intelligence stolen on kills by 2, so that's on Shard. You always buy that as soon as possible instead of it being on talent. Oh no, it's just not. They just removed that functionality. Wow. Yeah, Silencer's back. 400 health. Losing 400 health is annoying, but you just have to build survivability. 20-second global silence cooldown. I think they removed this just to make sure he doesn't get too good, because 400 health is way better than 20 seconds global silence cooldown on Core Silencer. Oh no, it actually gets down to 80 seconds. That's really good. You can use it every fight. Okay, Skywrath. Arcane Bolt damage multiplier increase. That doesn't really matter that much. It's nice, but whatever. Concussive Shot, that increases his burst. Magic resistance reduction on Ancient Seal reduced. So they're just making it so you're better against things you haven't Ancient Sealed. And they've increased the damage of Mystic Flare early on. Why? Okay, they just smoothed out the numbers. That's fair. I approve. Slardar. Sprint passive river speed reduced 10%. That's fair. Corrosive Haze. Targets leave water trails for 8 seconds behind them. Wow. That's a huge buff to Slardar. That means he can always chase people. Also, that enables Scepter, which gives you HP regen, armor, and status resistance while in a puddle or the river. And it also buffs the Shard because it makes all the targets hit with Corrosive Haze create water everywhere. This made the map of Dota so much more hospitable for Slardar. And this doesn't even require an upgrade, this is just baseline. That's why they nerfed the speed bonus. Okay, Slark. Base strength reduced. Pounce now deals 40 damage on contact, you can't blink anymore. Latch radius increased, quality of life. 8 agility, Pounce leash, much better talent. Shadow Dance attack speed replaced with 1.5% Shadow Dance regen, fair enough. Pounce leash duration replaced with 75 Shadow Dance attack speed. And the talent Essence Shift duration is nerfed. Good. Okay, we have the more techies details below. I'm getting really tired. Snapfire. I'll be right back for like 10 seconds. Alright. You're watching this while doing dishes Dota after? Honestly, I think I'm going to be Dota'd out once this is done. Okay. I got dark chocolate so I would wake the fuck up. Okay. Scatterblast. Damage rescaled. It's higher early and lower later. That's way better. It being 100 damage level 1 is really good. Okay. Cooldown increased though, okay. Mana cost is lower later, nice. Shard now increases point blank damage by 35% instead of 125 flat damage. That's actually a nice buff. Shard stun duration reduced slightly. Armor reduction decreased on Lil Shredder a little bit, that's fair. Gobble Up has lower mana cost. And all these talents are made more interesting. Fire Snap quickly heals is a great talent. Lil Shredder attacks is nice. Okay. Take Aim has doubled the mana cost. That's going to be huge. Because Sniper is a little bit too sustained. He has high int as well, so. Concussive Grenade has a much lower cooldown, but does less impact damage. That's fair. Still cancels Blink. Alright, Spectre needs help. The Radiance change alone isn't enough. Desolate. The search radius is reduced. Okay, that's a start. So enemies can be a little bit closer and not disable Desolate. And the damage is increased substantially. Never mind. I misread. It increased a little bit. Can't hurt. Haunt has a substantially reduced mana cost, that's huge. They nerfed the health talent, and they nerfed the slow talent. I don't think this is enough to fix the hero, but maybe Radiance is enough. The Radiance changes specifically seem targeted to help Spectre because, yeah, they seem specifically targeted to help Scepter. No, Spectre. Because, he doesn't build Butterfly that much. He's not that good of a right clicker. Okay, Spirit Breaker. Charge of Darkness costs 20 more mana. That is brutal. And Bulldoze, its stats are slightly reduced. Not that big of a deal, but it matters. Matters a little. And Greater Bash has more damage at level 1 and lowered everywhere else. That's reasonable. And they nerfed the speed taunt. Okay, Storm Spirit. Oh, this is big. He gets more agility, so that's a little more attack speed over the course of the game. He gets half a point of more mana regen, more base mana regen. That is a lot of mana over the course of the game. Again, that's 30 mana per minute, which does add up over the course of the game. Storm needs mana, this matters. 5 more attack speed, can't hurt. 40 static remnant damage replaced with 20 attack speed. They just moved it. And the mana talent is nerfed. That's fair. It makes the mana talent not mandatory. Sven has more agility gain, okay. Stormhammer Scepter also dispels the target, okay. Warcry Reworked Shard. Warcry is undispellable and passively grants 5 armor to all allies with a 1200 radius. This is a much healthier way to bounce Sven than giving him more or less damage. Survivability. Yeah, this is just something you couldn't do before. It helps a lot. You know how huge AC is for the survivability of your team? It's fucking huge. This is another AC on top of the fact you build AC. And you can get this shard at 15 minutes, and you should, because this makes armor, or this makes fighting teams that have mostly physical damage as their big damage dealers. It makes fighting this team with Sven almost impossible right at 15 minutes. If you're into fighting right then. If you're in that kind of team. They removed his lifesteal talent though. For minus 15 seconds God Strength cooldown. They made him a little bit more of a team player by removing... Yeah, they're making him more of a team player. Warcry 8% movement speed instead of giving him 25 movement speed. And giving 5 armor to everyone, including himself. Okay, so we already know about this with techies. Stasis trap removed, remote mines removed. Base movement speed reduced by 20. Base damage increased by 12. He has actual base damage. He can lean. Base armor reduced by 2. Yeah, it was insanely high. Base attack speed is normal. Yeah, we looked at this earlier. All of this is very reasonable. Scepter, reactive taser, yeah, it can be used on allies and it deals damage. Proximity mines. Yeah, the detonation delay is way lower. The activation delay is way lower. It makes a lot of sense. And they apply a debuff that reduces magic resistance. It's really nice. Multiple mines refresh the debuff, that's funny. So minefields are way more dangerous than before. Blast off. Cooldown is lower later and higher earlier. Self-damage is reduced to... It scales. And it can't be cast while leashed. And it is non-lethal damage. Blast off. Okay. Oh my god. Instead of mines being able to move, they made them only have a 0.2 second activation delay. That activation delay is longer than the average reaction time of a human. So you pretty much can't get out of the way. That's a great level 25 talent. I've always wanted techies to be a team fighter, so I'm happy. We talked about the techies change earlier. TA. Instead of 1.5 times the attack range, it is a flat number. That is way lower than 1.5 times your attack range, because you can get items that scale it, but it's actually not lower. It's not that much lower anyway. No, it's actually, no, this is above. There's no way you can get those numbers with 1.5 times your attack range. Okay. Attack and spill range, not just attack range. That's a really good talent. Do you ever not take that? Okay, evasion, refraction charges, yeah, fine. Terrorblade, less agility, more base attack speed, lower mana cost for conjure image, increased duration for meta, mostly. Conjure image outgoing damage, reflection slow, all stats, conjure image duration. Okay, these are minor changes, but they all add up. This is going to make him much stronger early, which is what he needs. Kraken Shell. Scales much more reasonably. It just increases by 15 each level. And the numbers are getting big. They just need to make it stack with Vanguard, because I don't think it does currently. If it's stacked with Vanguard, that would be some legit bullshit. Because if it's stacked with Vanguard, it would also stack with the innate 10 damage block that melee heroes have. Ogre Smash. Shard bonus damage reduced. Who cares? It's already a ludicrous amount. 15 won't change that. Whirling Death. Damage increased a little bit. The base damage, that is. Attribute reduction reduced to 12% at all levels. Cooldown increased at low levels. That's fine. Flamethrower has an increased cooldown and decreased damage. That's fine. Stinker has reduced base damage. Reduced status resistance on the shield to the point that it's useless at level 1. Rearm takes longer to channel. Laser does less damage. Warp Flare. New ability granted by Shard. Throws a grenade towards a unit, dealing 50 damage, teleporting it 600 units away from Tinker, and reduces their cast and attack range by 40% for 3 seconds. Mana cost 150, cooldown 15 seconds, cast range 700, projectile speed 1900. So, let's look at these first. Keen Conveyance cooldown replaced with, that's the teleport, replaced with 125 defense matrix. Okay, they just moved these. Yeah, the teleport taking less time is too good of a talent to have that early. Guys, did you notice something? March of the Machines is no longer in the game. It's dead. They replaced it with Warp Flare. Granted, Warp Flare is way better for team fighting, and March of the Machines was not a well-designed ability at any point. And yes, it would have been really overpowered in the jungle meta. But they fucking removed March of the Machines. You just have to spam laser to farm, which granted is extremely effective, but... And I'm glad to see it gone. This is a way better designed ability. I don't think it'll hurt the hero that much. Yeah, here's to the new Tinker. This is feeling much better. Also, yes, I'm considerably more awake after eating the chocolate. See? It's 70% dark chocolate. It's pretty good. Okay. Tiny. Avalanche. Stun duration per interval is longer. Wow, okay. They nerfed the combo because the Avalanche does less bonus damage to tossed units. Toss does more damage, though. It doesn't do more damage to the tossed unit. Okay, this is getting pretty crazy. Grab radius increased. Okay, that's just making it do nothing less often. Grow now increases, it grants 100, 200, 300 bonus damage to toss. And the bonus damage to toss... No, wait. I want to make sure. The bonus damage that you get from Grow, just the flat damage, is increased by 50% when you have a tree. So it becomes 165. That's really good. Bonus damage from tree grab rescaled from 20% to 20 flat damage given. That is way better early. Bonus building damage reduced. That's fine. Like, it can be 160, it could be 80, it doesn't matter. He's still going to kill buildings in either 3 or 4 hits. It's fine. And by buildings, I mean racks. Tree throw. Now also slows an enemy's movement and attack speed by 20%. That's very reasonable because they reduce the damage so much it needs to do something else. He doesn't have a slow in his kit. Makes sense. Tree grow bonus damage. It becomes doubled. That's a 55 damage talent. Legit. Trinket Protector. Living armor. Cooldown increased. I don't care. Duration increased. Whoa. Bonus armor increased a lot. And heal decreased, but it heals over a much longer period. Whoa. I'm sorry, 30-second duration for 12 for 12 armor. How is that okay? That's wild. Alright, Twitchy. Troll Warlord. And I can say that because I'm twitchy as shit in real life. Battle Trance now grants phased movement. Wow. You're never going to get body blocked again. It's still janky as shit, but now it's a little less so. Minus 15 seconds Battle Trance cooldown. Oh, instead of reworking Battle Trance, they're just going all in. I respect it. 2 seconds Battle Trance duration. Literally the most boring talent in the whole game. Whirling Axes pierce magic immunity. Whoa. That's really good. I like it. You can blind people that are magic immune. Okay. Movement speed on Tusk reduced. Damage of ice shards increased. Damage of snowball increased. A little bit. Walrus Punch cooldown reduced. Okay, guys, calm down. Mana cost basically reduced on Walrus Punch. Critical damage scales more reasonably. Walrus Kick cooldown increased. Cooldown is now reduced by 50% if you kick a creep. Oh wow, that gives you some shenanigans. 6-second cooldown. You can just kick creeps like crazy. You can kick Lifestealer infested creeps. No, you can't. What the fuck am I saying? Now also deals 350 damage. Troll Ags Giga Chad build. Yeah? Whirling Axes. I like Whirling Axes being more of a thing in the kit. It's the same thing as with Huskar. Pretty similar heroes. They're both trolls. They both like attacking really quickly and going into fights and never stopping until either they or everyone else are dead, right? Pretty similar heroes. Yeah, this is the same thing as giving Huskar magic immunity piercing fire. And it'll be just as good in a different way. Being able to slow people that are magic immune kind of breaks the game. Walrus Punch stun duration, again, they're changing the talents that they reduced by 20%. Like 2 years ago. Just to be smoother numbers. Walrus Punch crit damage, sure. What? Guys, they removed Underlord's ultimate. Okay, Firestorm. Shard no longer reduces cast point. Shard now also reduces wave and burn intervals and duration by 25%. So it just does damage faster. So you're less likely to get out of it. Okay, Fiend's Gate. Now Underlord's ultimate. It's the old Shard. Or Scepter, rather. Opens 2 portals. It's... Okay, guys, if you've played Heroes of the Storm, it's Medivh's portals. Exactly. That's where they got it. You open 1 next to Underlord and 1 in the target location with global range. Oh, never mind. It has way more range. Global range. Never mind. This is way better designed than the old ultimate. This is like casting a gate spell in D&D. Heroes can channel a portal for 3 seconds to teleport to the other side. Allies that pass through the portal temporarily gain damage reduction and movement speed for a long time. Casting Fiend's Gate will cause Underlord to immediately start teleporting. It cannot be cancelled. Wait, can it? No, you have to channel it, but that's fine. It has a similar cooldown, lower mana cost. Reworked Scepter. Fiend's Gate spawns a Pit of Malice under both portals. Pit of Malice also slows enemies by 40%. It roots you a billion times per minute and also slows you. Okay, dude. That's a really good eggs. Yeah, this is way better designed. I like it a lot. Makes more sense as an ability. It's less... like, you can't fuck it over by killing the destination or anything. It's just way more consistent. Okay, Soul Rip. Max units are just 10. Damage and heal per unit is higher, so the total heal ends up being higher, except at level 1. And it's, again, much smoother numbers, which is a focus of theirs, clearly. Mana cost is reduced later, which we like because we spam the fuck out of Soul Rip. And the cooldown of Soul Rip is also reduced, so you can leave it at lower levels. Flesh Golem, Shard cooldown. Okay, so it's important to not have 2 points of scaling, because if you have 2 points of scaling, it does it too hard. So for instance, max units directly affects effectiveness, and also scaling what each stack does is too much. Just choose one. And they did. Shard cooldown reduction increased from 30 seconds to 35 seconds, so you'll always get the shard, so Flesh Golem has a 35-second cooldown lower. Okay, Ursa. Earthshock range replaced with Earthshock cooldown. Enrage status resistance increased. Boring, but effective. Venge. Magic Missile Reworked Shard. Bounces once on an enemy prioritizing heroes. Increases cast range by 100. This, even more so, makes this the most effective nuke in the game. It is one of the best abilities in the game. I've said that several times, but all of those were like one of the best abilities in their category of ability. This is the best single target stun. It has a very short cooldown. It moves very quickly. It does good damage. It has a decent cast range, and now it's just better at what it did before. And that's what you want in a shard, especially in Venge. You buy this every game, right at 15 minutes. Venom does more base attack damage. Poison Sting no longer deals damage on the same tick it applies the debuff, and the DPS is slightly increased. Early and slightly reduced later. Poison Nova radius is lower at level 1 and higher later. Okay, interesting. The travel speed is increased, so you're less likely to get out of it just by walking away. Talents, level 25 talent. Oh wow, that's way better. Instead of 640 Poison Nova AoE, which was almost always overkill, it now makes it so Poison Nova reduces attack speed by 100. That is a massive damage reduction for your whole team. It also can't be purged. It lasts fucking forever. Love that. I'm taking that every single game. Unless everyone has BKB. And even if they have BKB, if they use BKB, it won't remove the ult, so they'll still have a slowed attack speed. Viper. Corrosive skin damage, way better talent than 8% spell lifesteal in terms of being interesting. Level 15 talent, Nether Toxin max damage replaced with minimum and maximum damage, 40, way better. And 70 attack damage replaced with poison attack magic resistance reduction per stack. Oh my god. That's like another 56% magic resistance reduction. Jesus. Visage. Summon familiars. Familiar vision range increased by 10 to smooth the numbers. Familiar attack acquisition range increased from 250 to 400, making A-moving better. Level 10 talent, 25 attack damage replaced with 8 damage to Visage and Familiars. That's... wow, that's a way better talent. Familiars have crazy attack speed. Visage with the new drum, by the way. Visage with the new drum boots, crazy good. Especially since once you upgrade the boots, they're no longer tranquil, those boots. They just give regen all the time. Level 15 talent, plus 3 corruption, replaced with 1.5 corruption to Visage and Familiars, which is another 1.5 damage reduction, as they elaborate on here. Familiar movement speed replaced with movement speed to Visage and Familiars. Again, great, because they are a unit. It's better if... this also makes it more punishing if you lose the Familiars, but bonuses to just Visage or just the Familiars are less interesting, so giving it to both makes a lot of sense. Level 25 talent, +5 Gravekeeper's Cloak stacks replaced with Gravekeeper's Cloak aura also grants 10 armor. So if you have Gravekeeper's Cloak, you also just get 10 armor. Right? It just grants 10 armor. They're just saying it weirdly. In addition to damage reduction, you get an additional source of damage reduction in armor. It's better than 5 stacks, because the 5 stacks just made you immune to damage for 4 hits, and then it applied normally. So it was worse refraction. Except... yeah, pretty much worse refraction. Void Spirit. It was worse increased refraction instances talent, to be more accurate. Astral Step has more cast range. Dissimulate Shard does less damage. Reasonable. Warlock. Upheaval mana cost is drastically reduced at later levels. +2 seconds Shadow Word duration is really good, and they also gave a Shadow Word cooldown reduction talent, but they nerfed it. The Swarm for Weaver. Hero attacks to destroy, nerfed for the first 2 levels to be 3 attacks because the Swarm is too good early. Shukuchi has a longer cooldown early. Time-lapse Ags no longer reduces its cooldown. Why do they hate Support Weaver? It's a 40-second cooldown to cast on an ally, and they reduced the cast range a while back. I don't know. I don't like that. Wind Ranger, Gale Force, Shard now has a 1500 cast range and a shorter cooldown. It was already good. It pushes everyone away. Alright. It's not a big deal. Focus Fire, damage reduction is just 30%. Instead of, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Your damage goes up as you level, so the 30% matters more. It doesn't need to be 2 forms of scaling, like I said before. But the bonus attack speed is lower at lower levels. That's fair. Scepter. Wind Run is undispellable, slow is increased by 20%, and enemies affected by it are blinded 40%. Oh wow, not only does it give you evasion, it also blinds them. That stacks, no diminishing returns. -5% power shot damage reduction per target? I think you take that every time, right? Let me check what the reduction is. 20%, yeah. Yeah, you take this every game. What is the alternative? Shackle Shot cooldown? Yeah, you take Power Shot damage reduction every time. You can fire into crowds and probably do like 20% more damage, at least, with Power Shot. It probably gives you more damage than the Power Shot damage talent. Over the course of a game. Like, much more. Replaced with 3-second Wind Run cooldown. Again, yeah, she's Wind Runner. Yeah. Wind Run undispellable replaced with 225 Wind Run radius. You take that every time too because you slow everyone and blind them. That makes everyone more survivable on your team. Okay, we're almost at the end, guys. Winter Wyvern. Cast range on Winter's Curse increased in addition to it giving... revealing invisibility. Paralyzing Cask. Also, all these things revealing invisibility are additional Rubik buffs. So, Paralyzing Cask. Stun duration on non-hero units reduced from 5 seconds to 1 second. Thank you. Thank you. That was cancer. It would stun Warlock Golem for 5 seconds. Damage on non-hero units rescaled just to do double damage against them. Yeah, nice. They need to make this the case so they're not overpowered at jungling. Like the CM thing where Frostbite lasts 10 seconds is nowhere near as broken as this for killing creeps. Because it only hits one target. This hits everything. Death Ward, cooldown reduced by 10 seconds, huge. Also, Winter Wyvern, F in chat. Wraith King, base agility reduced by 2. Vampiric Spirit, lifesteal reduced a little. Also, less reasonable scaling. Why? It's fine. It's not a big deal. Kills from units under Wraith King's control and within 200 range of Wraith King also give progress toward skeleton charges. I need to read that on the new tooltip because that could be misconstrued pretty easily. I didn't realize that kills from under, like, kills from units under his control didn't count towards skeleton charges. This is a big buff then. It just forces you to stay with your skeletons. That's the only thing. Reincarnation, or just within 1200 range, that's a lot. You just have to think about it. Reincarnation, allied heroes revived by the Scepter upgrade now have a health bar for allies only. So enemies don't get confused. And lastly, Zeus. Let's get that Zeus juice. The Zeus goose. Arc Lightning. More mana cost because Bloodstone. Yeah. Damage increased. Why? Okay, that's really big because this means it will more likely kill. Wow, this is so much better because he's not going to have mana problems. Oh wait, Static Field, no longer a basic ability, now granted by Shard. That's why they increased the damage. So I guess Lightning Bolt is nerfed. Whenever Zeus attacks or casts an ability on an enemy, it deals 9% of their current HP and damage. Fair? Heavenly Jump. Now a basic ability. Zeus performs a Heavenly Jump, shocking the closest visible nearby enemy, prioritizing heroes within a lot of range, reducing their movement by 100%, attack speed by 100, and increasing their cast time by 50% for a good amount of time. He gets 900 unobstructed vision around him for 3 seconds. It can't be cast while leashed, and it has a very low mana cost and a very low cooldown when maxed. And +1 Heavenly Jump target is now a talent. Yeah, Zeus is now much more survivable, and he can always afford Shard. You just get it right at 15 minutes. And I like this better, because I don't like spellcasters that have straight up, with the exception of Rubik, I don't like full spellcasters that just have a random passive. It just gives fewer buttons to press, fewer options, and this feels better. Like uber passives, like passives that literally are just don't require any thought and increase your throughput, are better used on shards. Okay, I've pretty much talked about everything as I went, but this is going to be a really good patch, especially for new players because it changes everything. I encourage jungling quite a bit, but be very fucking careful. So yeah, the new models for the jungle creeps, I didn't mention, they look amazing. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. I'm going to end this right here because I'm dying. We went just over 4 minutes, and I'm going to end it within the next 30 seconds so that we have the 404 meme. So yeah, I will see you guys in the next patch, and I might upload more videos like my janky time one at some point. Probably about Guild Wars. But yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Peace.